He's charging. How are you, internet? Why do I even begin it like this? Retarded. But regardless, hello people. This is a live stream we're gonna do this week because it's been like about a week since the last time I was uploading anything to YouTube, and because of that, I'm gonna upload another thing to YouTube. This video, we are going to be watching a video of someone being like monumentally stupid. I don't even know if that's like a real word, but I'm gonna use it anyway because the person's like being really, really, really retarded, and I'm not even making this up. They're fucking dumb as that. Like, for real, trust me, right? Not this guy, not Mandela. I'm not talking about Mandela. He used to have it to show. But anyhow, the person we're gonna talk. Okay, he's not one person. It's actually a group of idiots rather than just one individual idiot. So
The
yeah,
ANC.
yeah, and also others. I assume I haven't watched it. This is gonna be a completely new thing for me. So, yep, here you go, YouTube with a little bit of a retardation that's gonna be up on my channel again, because that's what my channel is for, apparently, to stream idiots being dumber than a bag of hair. Okay, anyhow, here are the fantastic. Here's a fantastic video that we're going to be watching. It is a video about a retard that is being stupid. Color me surprised.
So someone said Mandela looks like Winnie the Pooh.
No. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's you. Oh my god, good lord. This is so awesome. I love that you're watching. Jesus Christ. No, this is called the Mandela effect. And this video is not going to be about Mandela effect. How much as she does. Wonder if they oh my god. The fucking chat. Jesus Christ. This is amazingly funny. Holy moly, guacamole. Oh, fuck this. I love this. I love this.
Mandela's his long lost twin brother. He was in the sun a bit longer than him.
He does. My mother told me Mandela looked like somewhat of a Chinese man. Okay, now you thought sure. I did post the video link in private chat, and now we're gonna watch this retarded video. So enjoy. It's about Al Jazeera, so you know it's definitely going to be something juicy. The video is called "How South Africa's Ruling Party Betrayed Mandela's Legacy Head to Head." Yes.
Right. Oh, how it is?
Anybody who likes Mandela would say yes.
He followed me today.
Well, depending on the reason, right? I'd say so. I'd definitely say so. So yeah, like I think we should start. Would that be good for you? Okay, good. We start, guys.
Yep, Mandela for president. That's completely fine.
The world watched as Nelson Mandela, head of the African National Congress Party, the ANC, ushered South Africa out of apartheid and into a democratic era.
We reaffirm. Is that even entirely correct? Like, to be honest, like I would basically say, wasn't it like wasn't it like an election about having an apartheid state? But like, there was like, they were like, we're gonna decide, should we have an apartheid state still? And people were like, no. And then, like, wasn't Mandela? He wasn't like the ANC. They were like the sole reason why apartheid had to end. They were just part of the solution for why apartheid has to end. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, he was kind of part of it. Essentially, this is what happened: is that the country was on the brink of civil war, so two things essentially had to happen. They had to release him because that was one of the demands they had. And then during like that time he got released, the country was still on the brink and they wanted like a transfer of power. So basically, if W the Klerk decide that, you know what, he's going to allow for free and fair elections, give the ANC a chance, despite despite everything that happened, and the ANC had won, and he had decided to serve as Nelson Mandela's deputy president. During that time, the
Mhm.
country did see some economic improvement, and then also during the time of Thabo Mbeki. The problem was that already during 1994, as soon as the power transfer happened, the ANC had already started looting, and even during Thabo Mbeki's time, they were looting. Like the ANC started looting as soon as they came into power, and that's essentially
What?
the issue, is that none of the leaders uh, cleaned the rot.
Really? I didn't not even know that. Oh my god. Well, part of the reason why, because the global media completely ignore that, because like no, we can't have people knowing that. If that makes
No,
yeah,
it's
because
the reason why a lot of things don't get reported on here in or rather on SA, is because Africa is the brainchild of the West. It's essentially where the West was like, okay, you know what, we no longer going to rule these countries. We are going to give power back to the original inhabitants. I use air quotes when I say that. And the thing is, it's failed almost everywhere in Africa. There's like maybe I think two or three countries that are like still managing, but even they are beginning to like do a downward spiral. Like for example, Botswana, which is basically that everyone will clap hands for Botswana and say, "Oh, this is such a beautiful, wonderful country. It's the best place ever." The issue with Botswana is they kind of like China. They monitor your life, and even recently now they decided that they're going to stop foreigners from participating in the economy. So whether or not you're a legal or illegal foreigner, you won't be allowed to participate in the economy.
in what way does that include citizens that are born outside the country?
Yeah, basically, if you were born within the country, that's fine. But it's like, let's say, if I'm from South Africa and I legally immigrated to uh, Botswana, or rather moved to Botswana because we just moved on the same continent, then they wouldn't allow me to participate in the economy, like work and stuff, like set up my own business. They wouldn't allow me to do that kind of thing. And I think it also extends to work as well. Like you can't set up your own business and you also can't work there, which at the end of the day is going to impact the economy, because now if you stopping people from participating in your economy and making it grow, you're going to have less economic activity going on.
Yeah, that's the reason why I don't like when people are so anti-immigration. Like, I don't mind immigration. I just don't like welfare immigration. I don't like replacement. I like immigration that doesn't do any of that, if that makes sense. And immigration in generally
Yeah, no,
tend
immigrant.
not to do anything like that.
Yeah, like the thing is, at the end of the day, immigration is fine so long as it's done well. If you say you can only live in the country if you immigrate legally, that's okay, because once you do that, it's fine. The other issue is assessing whether or not your values are compatible with the society that you've moved to. For example, the values of someone from the Middle East are highly incompatible with someone who lives in like a Western country. So
Well, that kind of
if they,
depends on it depends on where from the Middle East and why the person migrated, if that makes sense.
yeah, essentially, if it's a reason of, oh, they were fleeing, what happened there. But the thing is, we see this in Europe. A lot of the Muslim immigrants fled because they didn't want to live under Sharia law. Yet they've created like these um, isolated communities where they promote Sharia law and all that stuff. So it's like, why did you leave in the first place if you're going to bring it somewhere else?
Yeah, no, it's retarded. Like, but I would say something. The reason why the West is like such a best target for migration and why it's so easy for people to migrate there, and the reason why it's actually kind of straightforward. That is because Western countries are very stupid. Like, if you look to Western values, right? If you're reject all the Western values, that means you're gonna benefit more in a Western country than someone who embraces those values.
Yeah, no,
And that's the reason
exactly.
why Western
And then the
countries are broken.
and then even aside from that, it's the fact that in a Western country, you can immigrate there, and if you manage to do certain things, you can end up living there. Like that's just what happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like basically it's like yeah, that's like it's just a mess because like if you basically like have the I don't know really what to say is that like the Western countries have no reason for anybody to even you know do anything about when it comes to like migration and stuff, right? Uh, it's like when you do that Western country, right? And you basically decided to be completely anti-Western all the time, right? And you're basically only gonna care about your own in-group and all that. You will succeed better than anybody else because the Western societies are the only people that have demonized any form of in-group preference. Um, but they don't do it to other people because that would be racist, which is kind of correct in a way. But like it's kind of like backfires if you have if you have a decent standard for foreigners that anybody should have, and inferior standards and like standards for
Yeah,
locals as they need to be retarded, otherwise they can go fuck themselves, right? And you're going to destroy them regardless of how they do. Therefore, Western societies basically mean the all no locals. You need to be dumb, you need to be an idiot, and you need to be completely retarded, right? And then
mm-hmm.
we're gonna allow you. But if you are going to be decent, then we're gonna fuck over you, right? And right. But if you're not gonna be decent, you're gonna get fuck over yourself, right? And immigrants, they don't have to do that, which means immigrants always benefit more Western societies as long as they as long as they are rejecting all Western ideas, which I think anybody should do. Not all, but like most. Because the idea that
Yeah,
everyone is an individual and everyone is the same doesn't make any sense, and there's no reason for anybody to ever do that because it's retarded. If one person is Western and another person isn't, the person who is not Western or reject Western ideas are going to win all the time in every scenario,
yeah. And
and
the
that's stupid.
thing is, like, for me, at the end of the day, yeah, it really is stupid. And then the other reason why they always are so pro immigration when it comes to Western countries is because they view it as a way to atone for the historical sins of colonialism, which I find is very idiotic because the thing is, you can't hold yourself responsible for the sins of your forefathers. Because then at the end of the day, you're going to allow anything to happen in your attempt for redemption, and the people that you want to redeem yourself in the eyes of are never going to give you that satisfaction to say, you know what, we forgive you for what you've done.
Yeah, because why would they? It doesn't make sense. Like for me, I don't even give a shit about forgive. Like here's the bit like if you don't care about your own right or yourself, and you don't respect that, then why would anybody else respect you? Just a weakness, if you think about it. So yeah, I think we should keep playing the video. It's only 16
Yeah,
seconds. Oh my god.
Our determination to build
yeah,
a
okay.
society
Carry
of
on.
which each of us can be proud.
But while the new constitution guaranteed equal rights to all, after 25 years of ANC rule, South Africa is now the most unequal country on earth.
And the reason why that's the case is because South African law does not give equal rights to all people who are citizens.
Yep.
Why do they
And they
keep
not, and not
ignoring
even that.
important
It's
information? Holy fuck.
no, because the thing is, it's like when everyone was applauding this guy for his journalism, I was like, he's not the greatest journalist. It's like he asks the hard-hitting questions, like absolutely. But the thing is, he's a socialist and he's a communist and he's a pro-Islamist. Like he's not gonna present facts and stories as they should be. He's going to frame it in a way that benefits him. Because here's the thing: at the end of the day, the reason why there's such a wealth disparity in South Africa is born from a number of factors. One of them being voting for the ANC. The ANC implements legislation that doesn't allow for economic activity. It's in terms of quotas for certain racial groups. Small businesses have too much red tape in order to establish themselves, and they don't get government contracts if they don't meet a certain racial quota. And then the other thing is the fact when you look at the work ethic of certain racial groups in the country, those who perform the worst are blacks. And then those who perform better than them are coloreds, Indians, and whites, and with whites being the highest when it comes to a work ethic.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Like, I didn't actually know that. I actually thought Indians were basically the top. But hey, the more you know. I trust you 100%, by the way. But also, like, if you basically think about this, right? If you basically just think, if you get the more affirmative action you get, the less work ethic you will have. Like that,
Yeah.
this discourages it, for like straight up, right? And that's the reason why whenever you see the people of several races or either gender, I'm basically okay. That one is probably worse because of their race. Everybody's thinking it. You're all thinking it. You
Yeah.
wouldn't do it if it wasn't for that. It's like so dumb. Holy fuck! And he's like ignore that. He basically say, "Oh, equal rights, and why not equal?" Well, they're not equal because you don't have equal rights, and equal rights in having that. And if you basically have a regulated economy, right, then it's going to be difficult for people who are poor to rise up, and that's the reason why poor people remain poor. Just that's it. The less capitalism, the more income inequality you will get. The more capitalism, it will be closer to equality. And you can
But obviously, like
any more capitalist country, the more regulation you have, you basically it's always going to be the poorest people get the short end of that stick, right? But if they're going to keep voting for it, I don't really feel bad for them. Like, but like if you are, I don't really care about people based on class because I'm not like retarded. I do care about people, right? And I do sometimes care about people based on an input of preference, but otherwise I do want people to have equal rights, legally speaking, equal property rights, which includes the rights to one's own body, and to make work for whatever contract you wish to do it with, like for every reason you want to. And whenever government say, no, we need to regulate here and there, like, well, the people who are less fortunate are going to be the ones that's going to pay for that.
Yeah, no, like essentially it's this. You want everyone to be treated fairly. That's essentially the thing. The problem is at the end of the day is the groups of people that you want to help in specific, or rather that people want to help, this being your non-whites, your alphabet people and women, is that these groups at the end of the day expect to be helped to the level of their peers or to be even better than them. It's not a case of, oh, I want to just be doing better in my own right. It's a thing of, no, I want to be doing better than everyone else, especially those who historically oppressed my group.
Yeah, this is retarded. Like, why would you even care about that? I don't care if like how my group do in comparative to others. I don't give a shit about that. I care about my group doing better as they can, right, and aren't inhibited by things. Right? I don't care. I don't even compare this to other people because I don't care about other people. They can do their own thing. I don't care if they're more successful or less. It's their own fucking life. Whatever. Like, it's not my problem.
Yep. But let's at least play the video until like at least 5 minutes into the actual interview.
Common denominator looms large: corruption.
More corruption because the more government governs, the more corruption they're gonna naturally have, like, or be able to have. I think that's kind of easy to explain. It doesn't really need much, but yeah.
My guest tonight has played a key role in South Africa's modern history. From her time fighting apartheid to her role as South Africa's deputy president, ANC chair, and Speaker of the National Assembly.
I'm guessing she's the stupid person I was talking about back in the start of this video.
Yes, it's a.
Oh no, these motherfuckers, the EFF. You know what I call the EFF? Do you want to hear it?
Mm-hmm.
I call them effers.
Presiding over what has been called a period of chaos in Parliament.
Relieve yourself of that chair and allow the deputy chairperson.
Honorable Malema, you are out of order.
Honorable.
So, has the ANC betrayed Mandela's legacy?
They have, if you consider Mandela of being a person who was opposed to oppression and discrimination. In that, if you see Mandela as someone opposed to that, which many people do, which makes sense, right? Then yes, absolutely. But if you don't think Mandela is that person, right, then the answer would be different. But that's just my answer. So.
The thing is, though, that Mandela was a communist. So essentially, what the ANC is doing is living up to the legacy that he had wanted to start but couldn't.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, I suppose. I mean, like that's like, but like if you basically talk about the, if you don't include that thing, right? But if you only include like the idea of unity or something like that, then they're failing that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but like I said, let's just continue and wait at least on like 5 minutes into the interview.
What do you used to, what do you usually call this bloke?
Oh, I call Ramaphosa President Hippopotamus. You can also call him Squirrel. It's like those are your two options.
That's good.
Or will new President Cyril Ramaphosa set it back on the right track?
No, he really didn't. He basically have done bad things over and over and over and over again. I basically almost messed Zuma because at least Zuma was looting people, but like, I actually kind of consider this. If you compare Ramaphosa, his proposals and his like actions, right? Are they like worth it, or would it not be better to have Zuma looting people? Wouldn't that like be cheaper cost to pay, if that makes sense?
Like evil is evil. Like it's never like a cheaper cost. It's always going to be a issue. The thing is, people clapped hands for him, saying, "Oh, we want Ramaphosa because he was educated." Because Zuma didn't even finish his primary school education, so they were like, "Oh, Ramaphosa is the educated man. He's going to be better." Meanwhile, he was the deputy president of Jacob Zuma. While Zuma was in office, like from the beginning of Jacob Zuma's presidency, he was there and he sat and done nothing. Now, for me, at the end of the day, if you know there's issues happening and you're sitting there quietly, you're just as involved as the person perpetrating the crime.
Makes sense.
I'm Mehdi Hassan, and I've come here to the Oxford Union to go head-to-head with Baleka Mbete. I'll ask her how successfully she thinks the ANC transitioned from a liberation movement to a ruling party, and whether critics are right to say that it demands loyalty to itself above the country.
That's factual. They are more loyal to themselves than the country. That's a fact. Like, it's straight out.
Yeah, like it's not even something worth debating.
Yeah, and people who think that's like up for discussion, it's an asshole. And you should call them assholes. You should say, you are an asshole for saying that.
I'll also be joined by Andrew Feinstein, former South African politician and author of After the Party, A Personal Journey Inside the ANC. He's now director of Corruption Watch UK. Makosi Koza, known as an anti-corruption politician who resigned from the ANC in 2017 after calling for then-President Zuma to step down.
Kind of makes sense. Like, why she would resign, like, any respectable person. I mean, like, I would say if someone is in the ANC, like, if they resigned, right, would that really make much thing better? Like, I kind of, like, respect that, to be honest, that they would resign. But if they wouldn't resign, I wouldn't really like think they're bad, because if someone was in the ANC and understood that party was bad and would still vote for another party, it kind of like would make sense they would still like to remain in power, if that makes sense. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, no, like I'm much harsher, but that's understandable.
It's good. We have one harsh, and then you have one less harsh, but still.
And Kolani Kala, founder of South African Business Abroad and member of the ANC.
Oh my god, good lord, you sound like a retard. Oh my god, no! He like is abroad and he's an ANC member. Well, I mean, like, refer to my previous statement of ANC members might still not all be, even though they are bad for joining the ANC, but like if they become better, right, and then stay, they can still be acceptable if they still vote against the ANC, or you not vote at all, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm like, someone can technically be in the ANC and still not want ANC to be in charge and still vote against it. Like, technically speaking, it's a weird thing, but that's
Yeah.
like,
But
it's hypothetical.
but if you're not inside, if you're not inside the beast and harming it, then you're just as complicit as everyone else. It's like if you're a member and you're not doing anything to destroy your party from within, you're just perpetuating the problem.
Yeah, I'm like, one person could technically use like trying to make it less bad, for another successor to take over after it's gone and after it's out of power, and that's like tolerable, I suppose. But I'm not really going to like. I'm going to be very skeptical of anybody who is in the ANC, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So therefore, like, then I used to like to wait to see what I had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Baleka Mbete. Returning from exile, Baleka Mbete became Secretary General of the ANC Women's League and rose through the ranks of the African National Congress to become one of her party's top 6 figures.
Oh my god, it's going to be a juicy one.
It's been 25 years since the end of apartheid.
Very juicy.
Oof, there you can see her face. I hope this will be the thumbnail. I hope this we have now is going to be our thumbnail for the video. I have no idea if it's gonna be, but like this one, I'm gonna sit here and look as perfect as possible when she is looking at this. So I'll ask you if you have anything to add.
Yeah, no, I'll be sure to add once we get like deep into it, because yeah, when she starts, she goes really deep into it.
It's gonna be fun.
No doubt your country has come a long way in that time. But at the same time,
it has, but not in the way you think. There are very few, like, there are things South Africa has that is good that no other country have, right? But none of that is because of the ANC, right? You can say it's because apartheid is no longer a system, but like, you can't credit any ANC to any of the success anyone in South Africa have done, anything the country has done, actually. Not even
Like literally, literally everything that the ANC got in 1994 was from the apartheid government, and since then they have built absolutely nothing. They have just ruined all the infrastructure. Like, I can say this to you. So you know potholes. So every single South African in this country will say to you, during apartheid there was no such thing as potholes. Only after the ANC took power did roads start to no longer be getting maintained, and the potholes become like a common thing in South Africa.
Good lord, that's retarded. Oh my god. Yeah, but like, isn't Afroforum part of? Doesn't they usually, like, I read that they are actually, no, said that they are fixing potholes. So technically, the private group is fixing more pothole than the national group is doing. Yet still, Westerners would cling to the idea that you need the government to fix roads.
Like, the thing is, like, the AfriForum provides legal services to victims of cases. Like, they will provide lawyers for cases. They will bring water to communities. They will fix roads. Like, AfriForum does more for citizens than the government. And then the thing is, people will always talk crap about AfriForum because they're an Afrikaans organization. It's like, listen, I don't give a fuck if they're Afrikaans. The fact that they're doing more than the government when it comes to the government's responsibility, this being infrastructure, should speak volumes about what's the exact issue in the country. But it's like, when I was going through the comments for this video, and this will be my last comment before we continue. When I was going through the comments for this video, this guy basically was in the comment section. He said what this video is doing is painting a bad leadership. He's painting a bad picture of the leadership of South Africa, and I'm like, how exactly? He was talking in the interview every single issue with the ANC was mentioned, and then the fact, aside from that, it was the fact that it's like he mentioned all the freedom fighters that died trying to liberate SA. It's like, that's not exactly the problem here. The fact is they got killed because they were using terrorist tactics. They were bombing up buildings and cars, killing women and children. They were even necklacing people, and I'm not sure if the viewers know what necklacing is, but it's whereby they put a tire on your neck and they light it on fire. That is what the ANC and all the freedom fighters were doing. So you can't exactly feel sorry for those people if they were blatantly murdering others for the sake of freedom. It wasn't like they were just destroying government infrastructure. They were
But
also
wasn't it
committing
like
murders.
wasn't like other groups like the Inkatha Freedom Party also opposed the apartheid, but they didn't do necklacing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, necklacing was a feature of the ANC because Nelson Mandela's wife was the one who had started that whole practice, and she had even she literally just necklaced people for the fun of it. It's like if she felt like you were against her, she would say, "Oh no, this one is an informant for the apartheid government. Go necklace them."
Yeah, she did that allegedly. I'm going to say that a lot now. But yeah, it's like my point is that things such as roads and stuff like that should not even be that shouldn't like even be like the government responsibility, right? It's just the government taking over and failing. Of course, to do this, their government. That should be private from the get go. Like that's just what I genuinely believe.
Mm-hmm. But we can carry
The sad
on.
reality, many would say, is that the past decade of ANC rule has been a lost and wasted decade, hasn't it?
No. Because for me, even every difficulty, every mistake, every failure is a lesson, and therefore it's an opportunity to do better.
So it hasn't been a lost decade in
No.
your view? Because that's the view of Cyril Ramaphosa, the current ANC president of South Africa. He called it a lost and wasted decade.
I don't agree.
But he isn't just the president.
Okay, I just have to say that like, do I think it's a lost decade or not? Not that people care, but do I? Actually, no. I do believe that like some rights that have been achieved, no thanks to the ANC, I might add, were good, and some people were able to build some good things. Like it's like there's some good things that happen in the country that have very little to do with like how the country is run by the government. Like when it comes to certain laws regarding marriage and family planning, right? That are good and didn't exist in the past, and other things when it comes to like how some says that are good. Like I watched another video by Vox, and I know, right, where they basically explain how rich people are expanding their living places, or rich, I mean like upper middle class.
Yeah.
Which be good, and like the middle class, at least the black middle class, have been growing. And also middle class of other races have been growing like significantly since the end of apartheid because there was no block hindering that anymore. Not like it was like that much in the past, but still get my point, right? And the same with Indian middle class and also technically other white and colored middle class to a certain extent. Big, but
Yeah.
like, and that have nothing to that. But the ANC didn't do any of this to happen. The ANC basically just made it harder for that to happen. That happened despite the ANC, not because of it. Because ANC got their way, not got their way more than they got. None of that would ever be a possibility, and they will destroy everything people have been caused that were good since the end of apartheid.
But they have been doing that. The thing is with the ANC is that people don't want to look at them critically because they a black majority political party. That's the reason why a lot of people don't criticize them harshly enough. You see this with Western media. It's because, as I mentioned before, Africa is the brainchild of the West to be like, oh, black people can make it without us. Yet at the end of the day, that's not been the case. Even with Barack Obama, he was the first black president of the United States, and he fucked up shit so quickly during his two terms in the White House. And that's the thing. It's because when you tell, even here in like SA, when we talk about what the ANC has achieved, people can't mention anything, but you'll often see like from the ANC supporters, regardless of their race, they will come up with the most outlandish things to say to you the ANC done well. And one of the reasons the ANC has been in power for so long, it's because they have instilled this idea into people that without the ANC government, the country will no longer exist. And if any other political party, especially the DA, if they are in power, apartheid will come back.
Are they like stupid or something? It's not like something like a retarded child would say. Oh wait, of course they're stupid. Never mind, it was ANC. But my issue is like what's something I was thinking about in the past. If people like to critique the like the thing you said in the past, but some people go after the Afroforum because of their ethnicity, right? Wouldn't that make the people going after them for that reason racist?
The thing is, in SA, it's completely acceptable to be racist towards whites because the idea is you can't be racist towards white people. It's the same thing in the US. And this is the thing. It's like, for example, in the Constitution, it's allowed for groups to create like their own areas for themselves. And
Yeah.
outside, but now the thing is, blacks will find an issue with Urania. And it's like, why would you even find an issue with Urania? It's allowed within the Constitution for racial groups to create their own communities and do their own thing. The reason why a lot of people find issue with Orania is because this Afrikaner community was able to flourish in spite of everything. Like they are basically doing better than the entire country, and it's just a community of Afrikaners.
Yeah. Like for like to me, I personally don't really like Urania because there's a lot of homophobia there. One of my friends told me, but like, it's not like I like think that they should like not exist because I don't like it. Like it's like people can do whatever they want. If they don't involve me, then it's not my problem. If you have a problem with that, then they should really get over. They really should sort out their priorities because that's not making any fucking sense. Like, because if they really want that,
Yeah,
why don't they just do the same thing but for their own people? Like they can do it, right? But they're lazy.
because they can't do it. They can't do it. Yeah,
They
we can
well,
carry
they
on with the
can
video.
legally do it, but they're too stupid to want to. They don't have the motivation to do it. Well, because the people who
They're
have the
lazy and
motivation to do it,
incapable.
the people who have the motivation and have the capacity and want to do it, they've probably already done it by now, and they don't complain, so you don't hear about them.
Yeah.
Said that. Others have gone much further than him. The Nelson Mandela Foundation has talked about the systematic looting that has taken place in South Africa.
That's a
Archbishop
fact.
Desmond Tutu said as far back as 2011 that the ANC was, quote, worse than the apartheid government because he said, at least you were expecting it with the apartheid government. It's pretty damning.
Yeah, he was correct in saying that. I definitely make perfect sense. He would. No critiques whatsoever.
It is, and I remember that moment when the bishop said that. And when we meet him, he doesn't really sound like that. I'm saying, Mehdi, wrong things have happened.
Yes.
People have done wrong things.
Like killing people for a sense of revolution. And the reason why he doesn't sound that way when he's with you is because he knows that he wants to be polite around other people, which I think this lad should know because she's I guess, attempting to do the same thing. So why is she ignoring it being like a thing? And what's the fuck is wrong with her hair? Oh, good lord.
I don't know, but like I just want to comment quickly before we carry on. Like, if you notice as she speaks, she doesn't she never accepts responsibility, nor does she ever say the ANC has accepted responsibility or should or nor that they must accept responsibility. She just blames and shifts and deflects.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Very logical for an ANC politician to do that.
But that doesn't mean it's all lost. It's all gloom.
The ANC will be remembered for fighting for racial equality.
Sure.
No, they don't. That's a lie. They're against it.
But in economic terms, when we talk about inequality, the World Bank says that South Africa today is the most unequal nation on earth. That's a pretty embarrassing title for your country to hold, isn't it?
And they have it solely because of the ANC's regulatory policies. No other reason. That's the entire 100% their fault. Zero exceptions.
I must say it is very harsh, but I wonder whether it's not an exaggeration. I really think that we must see both good and bad. It can be said by the World Bank is not God. And therefore, just because they've said it.
I mean, to be fair, it's not between God and the World Bank. It's like,
no, sure.
I mean, those are extremes.
The World Bank isn't God, but the World Bank doesn't seem to be good either. Neither is she. So, yeah, that is kind of true. I don't know what even said that.
They are an institution that studies this stuff.
Sure.
I'm not sure they have some anti-South Africa agenda.
But
they
are
brought
human
the numbers,
beings.
and your country came bottom.
They are human beings. I don't.
So you don't accept their verdict? Is what
I don't believe so. And we.
What the fuck? So, but that logic, well, of course, it's humans, like all of us are. Humans are often very stupid. I will admit that. She's a prime example of that. She's a human. She's more human genetically than I am, actually. I think. But she is. So if any human say something that's like, oh, humans aren't all knowing, which means that whenever a human say, that's a reason for her to not believe what any person say. Like what? What the fuck? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, like now do you understand why I said when this interview happened it was so damning for SA? Because the thing is, it's like people now done two things. They saw how they sort of were waking up to the fact of what the ANC government was in South Africa, but they also immediately decided, okay, you know what, all South Africans are like this, regardless of their race. Because after that interview, like I can tell you, I had like a whole instance with an American where I was speaking to him and stuff, and he basically said, "Don't speak like that. I know you're from South Africa," and I was just like, "What the fuck?" It's like, yes, I know I sound too smart for my own good, but it doesn't mean like I'm pretending.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck? You speak like a person. Like, yeah, it's like a lot of people think that I sound like a South African too, which is kind of funny. But whatever. That's the thing. Like, what are you supposed to do about that?
Yeah, but let's at least try to get to 10 minutes because I see we just had 4 only.
On what we discover is a weakness that we have.
And is corruption one of those big weaknesses?
Corruption is one of the reasons why we have the commission that is going on, where we are saying, let it all come out. Because we need to know what is wrong, how wrong it is, who did what.
You're acting like
the ANC did everything that was bad.
You were a passerby or an observer.
And the fact is, not a single person has been arrested.
Exactly. Well, Zuma was, but then something happened. I don't know. Don't really find it to be very important. Like, why? Like, yeah, I just want him to be. Well, then riots broke loose. I can't speak really.
Of this. In the ANC, you were the chair, you were the speaker in parliament, you were the deputy president. This happened on your watch. Hence these questions. Yeah. So, for example, back in 2017, your ANC colleague Praveen Gordhan was sacked as finance minister by then President Jacob Zuma. He said at the time 150 to 250 billion rand, or 11 to 15 billion US dollars, had been looted from the state. Why didn't you speak out at the time and join with him to call out that looting?
I was right there, Mehdi. And we were discussing these issues every day at that time. We were seized with them. That is why we decided we need for these things to be investigated, and we need for it to happen publicly in the open so that we get to know what exactly is the problem.
You're implying that no one knew anything, that we're just discovering this now. The state capture, what's called state capture in South Africa.
Because that's what it is. It's like state like taking people's shit, stealing it like extrajuridically, or perhaps sometimes even by changing laws to make it possible. If I'm using correctly here.
Yeah, you are using it correctly.
Yeah, that's just like fact.
This idea that associates of the president and other powerful people took over utility companies, energy companies, state institutions. That happened in full view of everyone's eyes.
Actually not. Things were not happening in full view of everybody.
The finance minister disagreed with you.
There are many issues I'm learning for the first time in the past few months.
In terms of corruption?
In terms of how bad things were.
Okay. Something that happened that we don't need an investigation because there have been lots of investigations was the scandal involving then President Zuma's own estate, the Nkandla homestead, where nearly 23 million US dollars or 246 million rand of taxpayers' money was spent on what President Zuma described as security upgrades, which included a swimming pool and an amphitheater. I'm curious, what kind of security was the swimming pool providing the then president of South Africa?
Oh, Jacob Zuma needed a security pool. It's a fire pool because he would take the fire on the pool and spray on his house if they caught on fire. I
remember that.
100% how it was. No exaggeration at all. I'm serious.
Well, a minister was in charge of that investigation, and in his view, that was not a swimming pool.
This was the police.
Oh my god. She doubled down. Oh my god. She doubled down on it being a fire pool. No, good Lord.
She doubles down.
Heaven. Virgin Mary. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, she doubles down. She doubles down throughout the entire interview. She, like, when I say this lady was loyal.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah. What the fuck? This was the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
He put out a video to classical music in which he described the swimming pool as a fire prevention measure.
Yes. He did. That's the report we got.
And you accepted that? Seriously?
It's not up to me, Mehdi. It's not up to me.
I didn't say it was up to you. I said, did you agree with that assessment of... I mean, this is serious stuff. We can laugh, but $23 million on pools and amphitheaters in a country where half the population lives on less than $5 a day. You accept that kind of excuse?
No, it's not a question of accepting or not accepting. Part of the challenge that we have is that part of that is actually government property.
Yeah, exactly. The government to take property from other people to do that thing for people. And he's critiquing that because that is wrong. It is unethical to do so. It is evil to do that. Oh my god. Oh Lord, she's not going to answer that, doesn't she? No, she said don't sleep and I can't think.
Yeah, no, that's the issue at the end of the day with the ANC is that whenever they criticize, none of them have ever said, we are wrong, this is a problem. They will always continuously make excuses. And this is unfortunately the mindset of a lot of South Africans that leads to them continuously winning elections, because this is Black South Africans. Oh yes, the ANC has done wrong, but let's give them another chance. It's like, you can't give them another chance. Like, they've had 28 years to turn the country around, or 27 or 28 years to turn the country around, and they continuously failed. It's like, you can't do much with that, unfortunately.
such a retard. I said I need to go and go to the bath. I need to go to the bathroom for a while. Could you do you want to talk in the meantime, or do you mind if or did you want me to put a funny video in the meantime?
Um, I could talk. We could put a funny video up. In the meantime, like this is my first time doing this kind of thing.
Okay, good. Right, then I will put up a funny video, right? And then then after the video you can you can after that then you can talk. So I give you a little bit more time because of that. So I will.
Okay.
Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Since the day I can remember, I always wanted more. I wanted more money like the African poor. So I became a comrade when I was still young. And yes, to have it all, I must be number one. If you're number one, you get to drive the gravy train. If you're number one, you get to fly the Gupta's plane. If you're number one, you know the power of the shower. Number one. Number one. Yes, I'm swimming in your money, but I don't know. I don't know. Skinny dipping with all my honey, school in the pool, my fire pool. We're gonna party, Marco Polo, yo. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Easy Daisy. Nkanda style. This is crazy. I'll get you out of jail. Just shake it, shake it, shake it. And if the scandal bites, get very sick or fake it. Another empty promise will make the nation see I am the number one, and I'll set my chickens free. If you're number one, you get to drive the gravy train. If you're number one, you get to fly the Gupta's plane. If you're number one, you know the power of the shower. Number one. Number one. Yes, I'm swimming in your money, but I don't know. I don't know. Skinny dipping with all my honey, school in the pool, my fire pool. We're gonna party, Marco Polo, yo. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Nkanda style. Easy Daisy. Nkanda style. This is crazy. From the streets of Limpopo, I met a skippy dog defecating in the kitchen, skipping the
I'm
box.
back again. So therefore we can continue to stream this retardation of a woman that defended fire pool. I honestly,
Yeah, but
I didn't know that was actually gonna happen. Holy fuck. That is dumb.
like
That is
I can
dumb.
tell you when I watched it, I was like, is this lady really gonna double down throughout the entire thing? But what I suggest we do for the sake of time, because we already are like 53 minutes into this, is that we can at least try and get like, let's do this every 10 to 15 minute segment of this video that we're watching. We speak on it, because if we keep on stopping everywhere in between, we're not going to be able to finish this within the allotted time that you will be up for this.
I mean, like, I can always just increase the speed of the video itself.
Yeah, you can
which
do
was
that, and
actually
let's
for
see
purposes of ensuring that
if
there
it
are
works.
health facilities nearby for the president to be able to be looked after, or any of the staff.
In 2016, there was a landmark constitutional court ruling that said Jacob Zuma should pay some money back. It also ruled against the
Yeah.
National Assembly that you were Speaker
Yes.
of, saying
Yes.
you would, quote, fail to fulfill its constitutional obligations to hold the president accountable. That's an indictment of you. You're the
Yes.
Speaker of Parliament.
It's not an indictment of an individual, because the individual actually does not determine the position that Parliament or the National Assembly does actually.
This is like I think it's called the madness of crowds, and that is when it is like, if it's many people accountable, then everybody can use point fingers, and that's the issue with democracies, and also with organizations.
Yeah, but
well, it's
the
not
thing
me
is
as an individual; it's this group that I'm part of, and I didn't do that. The other people did, and all the other people the other people did. That's the same thing with all democracies. This is the reason why I'm happy that there are very few direct democracies in the world, because that's like the worst of that happening.
the issue with, like, thing is with democracy, the problem comes about when government decides to give people the opportunity to vote on private matters and just not public. And then in turn, what happens with that is people not holding the elected officials accountable. People are of the mindset that, oh, the only time I should hold my leaders accountable and the only times I should be concerned about politics is come election season. Those are the two problems that lead to democracies failing, because government fails to fulfill its function and citizens fail to fulfill their function.
Well, I would say that one of the other reasons why little democracy failing is the idea of vote farming, and that is that if a group of people can just give people more money for voting for them and breeding more, and then give them more welfare state money, then they can use like grow a voting base rather than to having convince anybody, and anybody who is
And that's what the ANC done.
unethical. Yeah, and that's not, see, the people do it in America, Sweden, Malaysia too, and they want to do it in Switzerland and Germany too now, at least Germany. So. And the reason why is because you can do that in democracy. It's just easy. You use like, oh, if you the more you breed, the more we can give you money. It's like, and it's like, that's fine, right? Well, no, it's not fine. It is fine to have a tax breaks for families, right? But it's not fine to just like to like let people live off the state by voting for them. That's not fine, especially if as long as they do like, as long as you're single mother, you give you more money, which is like dumbest, idiotic, evil things you can possibly do.
Yeah, but like, essentially, I'll say this: the only time you should breed is when you breed in your bros.
No, basically, it's good to breed. It's good to keep up like the birth rate for any group of people, but it's important to make sure that you're not just like having a growing group of people on welfare, because countries like Sweden and Hungary, who basically stimulate the birth rates of their population, they do it by giving either, I think they only give money to people for breeding, right? But they give it to everybody, even the best, richest, which is what you need to do. You can't just not give. You should give it to some of them, right? Or they give them tax breaks, right? And I think that's like fine, but what the ANC does is they basically say like, oh, the more kids you can live off on welfare. If you just breed, you can get welfare. It's like, yeah, that's a problem, and that's just vote farming. That's wrong, because people who aren't a woman who basically needs to do that, right, or who wants to do better, they're not gonna be able. They're gonna be punished for doing good, right, and that's bad.
Yeah.
Then you're not stimulating good families or creating. You're stimulating the most broken, worst environment of being raised in only, and that's a problem.
End up taking.
So
So
case
finally,
was called Democratic Alliance versus Speaker of the National Assembly. That's you.
because I am the leader, and therefore, on behalf of the institution, I become the person who is quoted.
Do you believe you were a neutral, impartial speaker?
I was.
Then why is it that you, as a neutral, impartial speaker, you had to apologize for calling an opposition leader, Julius Malema, a cockroach at an ANC rally? Is that a neutral, impartial
I
term
use
in
that
reference-
term not in Parliament. So let's not.
Oh, so you were only neutral in Parliament. Once you stepped outside of Parliament.
I said
you were-
that in a political context. I was in the Northwest.
So why did you
addressing-
apologize? You don't sound very apologetic
Because
today.
it was not correct for me to call another person a cockroach, whether they were.
I'm glad we can agree on that. Just looking forward, South Africa has a new president, Cyril Ramaphosa, who claims to be determined to stamp out corruption, even though he himself has been accused of misleading Parliament over a campaign donation. And even though out of 21 corruption scandals during the ANC's 25 years in office, just one senior party figure has been brought to account in terms of going to jail. How can anyone have confidence in the current ANC government to clean things up when only one person went to prison?
Nobody should have confidence in the ANC doing anything that could be even considered remotely decent, because that would be completely ridiculous and retarded, because they're not going to do it. And if you believe that they will, then you are very, very, very naive. I'm so sorry, but you are.
That's the South African population, unfortunately. Like, they are so naive. They're like, no, the ANC government will change. We believe. It's like, if they couldn't do a single positive thing over a 27-year period, where exactly are they suddenly going to say, you know what, guys? We suddenly developed a conscience. We are going to be a better government for everyone. Like, where exactly?
Good question. Never. No, they're not. People who believe that they're stupid or just salads, like, doesn't really matter, to be honest.
I think you have seen the actions of the president, how he has dealt with the issues of strengthening the institutions of governance, strengthening, in particular, the justice system, bringing in people who are going to act differently, people who are going to have the courage and to do things focused on correcting what has been wrong in the system.
Just on that one person who was sent to prison, this was the ANC's former chief whip, Tony Yengeni, who was sent to jail for fraud. I believe you accompanied him to the prison gates. How is that not putting your party and your alliances above the interests of Parliament and the country?
I accompanied Comrade Tony because I did not believe in what he was being said to have done. And I accompanied him as a comrade.
So you don't accept the court's verdict in a democratic South Africa?
I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you that I accompanied my comrade, and I don't feel guilty for that.
You don't? Can you tell our viewers what position Tony Yengeni, this ex-convict, was appointed to by the ANC last year?
Position?
Yeah, he was appointed to chair of the Working Group on Corruption.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Does that make sense?
One thing I know.
Person who went to...
Huh? Oh my God! Is she? I'm going to guess she's going to double down. Don't spoil it if you have seen it.
Okay.
Prison
he
running
did
your working
something
group
wrong
on corruption?
In the ANC political life.
Yeah.
We look at things sometimes not exactly the way other people see them.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Let's go to our panel who are waiting to come in. I'm joined by Makosi Kosa, a former ANC MP who resigned from the party in 2017 after calling for President Zuma to step down following corruption allegations. In your view, Makosi, and you were there for a lot of this period, did the ANC fail to hold President Zuma to account? Did the Speaker fail to hold the then President to account in your view?
Yes.
Of course, yes. I think they did fail to hold him to account. And in fact, some of us that were speaking out against what we saw as an attack on the Constitution and on the social contract were persecuted. And especially Mambalega is somebody that I held in high esteem as somebody who molded me as a young person.
That's what ANC always do if people want to hold them accountable. They persecute them. I don't know if they do it to people outside of the party, but they definitely do this to people inside the party. That's the reason why it's very useless to be inside the party. And that's why she did the right thing of leaving the party. I hope she's voting against them now.
Yeah, no.
Or at least not voting.
Either
voting against them or not voting.
No.
The best case, she votes against them. Neutral case, she doesn't vote. Which, like, whatever is tolerable.
And as a feminist, I expected that I ought to have received some kind of support from her. So from that point of view, I honestly do think that in terms of injudiciousness, leadership injudiciousness, I think they have to prove themselves if they are to be believed.
Did you fail to give Makosi Kosa the support she needed?
Yeah.
Did you let her down?
I didn't let her down. She and I had a quick exchange outside just to agree that we have stuff to catch up on. And we will do that.
Okay. I mean,
I'm with the last. I'm with the last. And sorry, I can't pronounce the name. It's very difficult with all those names. Like, please forgive me, all the people that might be watching this later. But like, I do respect the last that sat in the chat, in the front row. It's quite some retarded. Like, and it's she's in the right. she's definitely in the right. A different last than this last, right? But I don't want to like go back because this otherwise takes too long. And I
Yeah.
can't talk.
Like I understand the whole thing that I have an issue with her, and I still have an issue with her, is the fact it's like, as a feminist, I expected better. It's like, no, whether you're a feminist or not, you shouldn't expect better from your enemies. It's like you're expecting the dog with rabies not to bite you because you know the dog. It's like the dog has rabies, it doesn't care.
No, that makes sense. Like I do think that she was naive in that, but I hope it was a learning lesson for her, and she's better, and she's like have matured now, because trial and error might be a good teacher for some of us.
All for you catching up. But just for the purposes of the people watching around the world and in this room, do you want to deal with the point she made, that you let her down as a feminist, as an MP trying to hold the president account? You weren't there to back her up.
I was there to back her up when she needed security. I made sure that we should look into the issues of what kind of support Parliament had to ensure she had. And we dealt with that very fairly, very focusedly.
Okay. Kolani Kala is the executive chairman of South African Business Abroad, a member of the ANC. Do you think people
good lord
in the ANC to deal with this corruption issue that's been festering on their watch, especially given the current president has his own campaign donation issues going on?
Well, look, South Africans have a huge faith in the African National Congress. You must remember that we inherited a situation where we have an infrastructure that was not capable to assist our people. Hospitals were only designed for the privileged.
Actually, that's the case now. In the past, like they are the ones that makes it sure that people have less infrastructure and access to good healthcare, not anyone else. They were 100%
Exactly.
responsible. And it's like he really
and
thinks
here's
that's
the
like.
thing. Yeah, no, like here's the thing with that old statement of infrastructure was designed for the privileged. It's like, no, the infrastructure was more readily accessible in white communities. However, they did make sure the apartheid government done one thing. They did make sure that infrastructure was available in black communities. It just wasn't the best. And it wasn't the best for two reasons. First of all, because the apartheid government didn't care, and because of the fact that the apartheid government gave money to like the leaders of those communities to improve their communities. And more often than not, that money was not used for what it was meant for.
Yeah. Corruption was a problem back then, which is so sad because a lot of them would have done better if the world just allowed them independence rather than to allow them to just be incorporated to South Africa again under the ANC. Fuck's sake. But like, so yeah, it's like he's lying that they are not responsible. They basically do a worse job than they did in the past, right? And also, if you really like the ANC's good thing they have done so much, then why the fuck is he not in the country? Why is he in a different country? Like, oh my god, everybody supports ANC in other countries. They can all go fuck off because they're retarded. Then go to the ANC and where they live and use all the government-funded entities and see how you like it. No, you're gonna do private ones, okay? Like the president, like, okay, then why the fuck should we believe anything you say, like, at all? No, bitch, we're not gonna believe that.
Yeah.
Majority of black people were unable to attend hospital. If you are going to universities, they were not there catering for black people. So with all that, the government of the ANC have done so much for the South African people. It is
no, they have not.
That they keep voting for them. Yes. But I must add something else here. The fact that I'm having this privilege to have this dialogue, discussion with you in United Kingdom, it is also that the government of the ANC, we were not allowed as black people to be able to sit here and talk freely. Yeah. It was a criminal offense for me to be here. Okay. The last thing I wanted to say...
Is that even true?
No, like, this is the thing. Like, the apartheid government would exile people, for example, like ban them from the country and things like that. If they done things in SA, if you done things overseas, they wouldn't charge you for anything. It's like in order to charge you, you had to be in the country. Like, they wouldn't charge you if you went overseas, you know? Because the thing is, it would prove what you're saying to be true.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
It comes to the corruption issue. Very briefly. When it happens in Africa, we label it as corruption. But it happens here in the House of Commons. MPs are claiming 2 houses, and we call it a scandal. But when it's in Africa, it's corruption. So let's label these things as it is.
That's fair point. A very fair.
Okay, now's a good time to talk. Does anybody have anything to add besides that guy being a jackass?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, then we're just gonna keep talking. And refresher, she's doubling down. She defended Zuma and his fire pool, and she attacked her. Well, no, really, she dismissed her. Oh, she was bad to her in the past, and now she's doubling. She's doubled down consistently. She basically make a Young Turks look amateur at doubling down. That's how much she's doubling down. We should call it quadruple downing lasses. And now we're gonna keep watching.
Fair point. Let me bring in Andrew Feinstein, who's another former ANC MP who resigned back in 2001. He's author of After the Party, a personal journey inside the ANC. He's now director of Corruption Watch UK. Andrew, you said you've left the ANC because the government at the time refused to investigate corruption properly. How bad has the corruption issue become for the South African government, not just under Thabo Mbeki,
really bad.
Zuma, and now Cyril Ramaphosa?
First of all, Mehdi, I think that Kolani's point is very well taken. I think that we mustn't lose sight of what has been done in 25 years of democracy, nor lose sight of the fact that what we inherited was a systemically corrupt system. The biggest
They done
problem has
fucking
been,
nothing.
however, that our own leadership.
Holy shit! Why is he called the same name as I am? But like, they make everything like that's
that,
really irrelevant.
It's the fact that.
Like the ANC are more corrupt than they were in the past. Like I don't want to defend the old party because fuck those.
Yeah, like
but like, So
like
yeah,
here's the fundamental difference. It's like, as far as we know, there's no evidence. Yeah, there's no evidence to support the idea that the apartheid government did commit corruption. Like there's no evidence. But the thing is, for the most part, when you look at it at the end of the day, is that if they did commit corruption, they still managed to fulfill the mandate that was given to them as government officials, while as the ANC doesn't do any of that.
yeah, exactly. They even worse in that regard, I must add. Corruption Watch UK. Okay, that makes sense.
Including Comrade Mbete, who's been a very important leader of our liberation struggle and of our democratic era, have not been prepared to call out colleagues in leadership who have engaged in corruption. And that started all those years back with the arms deal that I tried to investigate, in which South Africa spent $10 billion on weapons that we neither needed nor barely used. And the primary reason that was done is because around $300 million of bribes were paid. And unfortunately, then President Thabo Mbeki was prepared to undermine our institutions of democracy, including Parliament, that he and many others had sacrificed so much to bring about in order to cover up corruption. If that had been
I
stopped
didn't know
then,
that.
I don't think we would have gone on to the state capture crisis, the Nkandla crisis.
So let me put that point to you. Did
Yeah.
you never feel the need to call out Thabo Mbeki or Jacob Zuma, or did you just feel you couldn't? You were in the big six in the leadership of the party.
You know, there is a tendency to be in a hurry for things to be done, positions to be taken against people before the actual investigation has been done.
But you're acting like this has just popped up now. As these things were happening, you were being criticized.
You don't just get a report from someone and they declare whatever they say, whatever they believe you must do, and you just rush off and do it. You've got to apply your own mind into whatever people are saying.
Okay.
Right?
Andrew's desperate to come back in very briefly, Andrew.
These are constitutional bodies. There was a report from the Auditor General about corruption in the arms deal in 2000. Parliament decided unanimously to conduct a multi-agency investigation into it. It was the leadership of the ANC that stopped that investigation because leadership of the ANC were themselves complicit. And this has been the problem time after time. The information has been there from constitutionally mandated bodies.
Another big topic that's in the news, especially right now in South Africa. In recent months, your country's seen an increase in violent xenophobic attacks.
And before we go on to that, I would like to say that like she completely like dismisses all that. She's like, oh, that's something that I couldn't, whatever. Like it's like the worst politician or the best, depending on your perspective, because that's like the most political politician I can fucking imagine.
But the thing is, like, just look at her facial expressions when everyone says something, and she's like, "Oh, look at these fuckers! They talking nonsense."
Yeah, but
pissed off
Just
for people
because someone
maybe
brings a
falling
report about corruption, you don't have to act. You have to make up your own mind.
Yeah, right. Oh, by the way, if anyone wants to like say something, you can just talk, and then I will pause the video.
Okay.
Foreign-owned shops ransacked, protests and chants of foreigners must go back to where they've come from. How worried are you about this rise in violent racism?
We are very worried. And there have been statements not only from the president himself, both in South Africa and in neighboring countries. For instance, when he went to President Mugabe's funeral, he took the opportunity to apologize and put a perspective on what had happened.
Did he go to the funeral of Mugabe? Oh my.
Oh, yes, he did.
God. Wait, which one of them, Zuma or Ramaphosa?
All of them. All of them. They all win.
That's
that is
beautiful.
rich. Oh my God. Oh Lord, may Lord have mercy. Oh my God. No, I've lost. Oh my fucking God, don't know what to say anymore.
It was not only foreign nationals that were killed. Many South Africans were also victimized in that public violence. Our Minister of International Relations has actually been having a meeting with all embassies or ambassadors.
I mean, you say that you're worried. You say the president's worried.
But like, if they don't want there to be xenophobic attacks, then having regulations that make it harder for people who are working class to get jobs, regardless of the race, I might add, right? And also like these, and therefore having so many foreigners coming in that are low skilled isn't really good for like I mean, like I don't really mind because like for obvious reasons that I don't mind immigration, but I think it's like having a lot of immigration from other African countries, or even worse, up to South Africa, might not be the best thing, especially not for the poor people in the country. It would better have richer immigration coming from other parts of the world, would benefit the working class much more.
Yeah, the thing is that South Africans, for the most part, suffer from two things: being unemployable and government legislation. Like a lot of people that are employed are unable to do the work that they're employed for.
That's because they have affirmative
Like that,
action and studies.
yeah, like that's one of the reasons, and they have this mentality of, oh, I must be in a position, regardless of my level of experience, where I earn 50,000 rand.
Yeah, it's like fucking retarded. Like, fuck that, man. That noise. Holy moly. It's like, if you earn enough money to save, or enough money to live and save money, you can save money, you can live and support yourself or your family, which people can actually do in South Africa, right? Unlike many European countries. Then why the fuck what's the problem? I've seen so many nuclear families or a parent couple with a few kids going in South Africa who are working and supporting themselves. It's fine, they do it, despite being discriminated against, right? On the job market. So what if they can do it? What the fuck? Why can't the people who are not discriminated against doing it with equal amount of money? Well, technically, a lot of people who are poor, right? They, even when they have affirmative action for them, right, it's still difficult to get job because affirmative action is like driving people away from the country, which means that less jobs are being created, and the government like prevent job creation rather than facilitating it. And people who vote for the ANC are 100% responsible if they don't have a job, no exception.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, it's the fact that the government continuously imposes new taxation laws upon taxation laws. So the thing is, it's like, even if you work in a decent paying job, you find yourself falling lower and lower and lower above the breadline, to the point you might even be beneath it, because you have to deal with so much taxation. The fact that the economy is basically on life support, so you could end up being retrenched, or you could just like your company could close down. There's like so much issues happening in the economy, and the thing is, there's this like whole talk about, come the 2nd of December, we're going back to like a high level of lockdown, and it's gonna last 75 days. And I've been saying to people, I'm like, whether or not the lockdown level is adjusted, we shouldn't be accepting it. Like, that's just the thing. We've been in lockdown for over 600 days.
Oh my god, this is so dumb. Holy shit. Yeah, and they are 100% responsible. The ANC are, and their voters are, and also some to some extent people who didn't vote against them.
And yet ANC ministers have kind of helped escalate this crisis. You have the Deputy Minister of Police a couple of years ago saying foreigners have taken over the city centres in Johannesburg. He said, we fought for this land, we cannot surrender it to foreign nationals. The then health minister blamed overcrowded hospitals and diseases on foreigners. This is the kind of far-right xenophobic rhetoric that we see in other parts of the world leading to violence.
Oh my God, that's when the ANC politician who said that, whoever he and she was, right? That's a fact. I'm sorry, but a fact like Hitler saying Hitler pointing out it's raining doesn't make the sun come up, right? That's a fact, regardless of who is saying it and for whatever reason, right? The issue is that if the ANC gonna point it out, which yeah, it's a fact, it doesn't matter who says it, but they're responsible for that. If they want to have more borders control and more strict border for illegal immigration and not just for, investors, right, or richer people, which they tend to have, right? Then they would have a better how does the average poor Black South African benefit from having low-skilled immigrants from other parts of Africa compared to having more rich immigrations of any race from other parts of the world? And why is one thing much easier than the other one? It doesn't really make any fucking sense. It's so dumb. But the fact is, this motherfucker is not he's not as retarded as the last he's talking to, but holy crack, he is idiotic, and that's not what leads to violence. The pointing out the circumstances
is your typical leftist
doesn't lead to fucking violence, right? What leads to violence is the circumstances on itself, regardless if people have the guts to talk about them or not, in spite of who those people are. Okay?
Yeah.
This is not helpful.
We know recently at a meeting we had as the National Executive Committee led by the President and the top 6, with all our branches in Johannesburg, discussed this issue. Yeah. And we took a leadership position that said we must correct whoever is involved in criminal activity.
So you say you sent out branch leaders.
What, like Suma with his fire pool and all the other ANC looters? How they gonna no whatever. Why am I even expecting consistency? No, wait, I'm not.
ANC Premier of Gauteng, David Makura, did he not get them?
Gauteng is called. I think they're Gauteng. Isn't it called Gauteng?
It's Gauteng. That's how I say it. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This year, some specific crimes are committed by specific nationalities. Drugs, there are specific nationalities. How do we have so many drug dens that are operated by Nigerians? Is that helpful rhetoric when people are being attacked?
It's not helpful, but it's also true.
And I actually have to give a credit to that. And I wonder if someone else can give me credit. Is it not true that Nigerian drug dealers are a thing that tend to be disproportionate? Not just in South Africa, but in other countries too.
It is here. I mean, they pale in comparison to the Serbians, but it is what it is. It can't just pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and that's like a
exactly.
That kind of reminds me because I've heard. No, go on.
Yeah, no. The thing is, it's exactly that old statement of certain crimes are committed by certain nationalities. A better phrasing would be this: certain crimes are committed more often by certain nationalities. Because, for example, if we look at violent crime here in SA, more often than not, the people committing those violent crimes are blacks and coloreds. Indians and whites, they barely even pop up in that type of criminal activity. So the thing is, as I give her credit for that, she's completely right. Because when you look at more often than not, when they have drug busts here in South Africa, it always tends to be Nigerians.
We actually had this case where a Nigerian, poor dude, a Nigerian man who's doing legal work in my country, he was complaining that he gets checked often because apparently he has a very everyman's face, and so he sued the police, and the courts found that the amount of drug dealers that they catch, by which he calls racial profiling, is just too many to basically accommodate his feelings, so that we should stop. If they say is about this tall, this complexion. We're looking for a guy. He hangs out in these places. If he is unlucky and has the same complexion, about the same height, body type, and hangs around these places, then they have to check him. Because they find so many goddamn Nigerian drug dealers just by they have a tip. Guy that looks like that was peddling this and that drug on that street. Yeah, some people are gonna get checked that aren't this guy, but like even the courts agreed, even in the fucking so-called progressive atmosphere in my country, they had to agree. Actually, we catch so many damn drug dealers because of those tips. We can't accommodate the feelings of individuals who get checked even though they're innocent. It's just a prevalent issue.
And not even that. No, you finish, Jay, Willie, then I'll come in.
But also, like the idea that like people say, "Oh, we complain that you guys mentioned that Nigerians are disproportionately drug dealers. Oh, you are profiling people who are Nigerians for being drug dealers disproportionately, right? And not punishing those who are innocent, I might add, never, right? And oh, you're saying that there's a problem that you're saying that like, no, the problem is not that they are claiming that, because that's a fact. The problem is that they are more disproportionately the Nigerians are drug dealers. That's the problem. If they were doing it less, people would point out it less, but it would not be the case. But now they are doing it more, so people have to point it out more, regardless of who these people are. That's a fact.
Yeah. And
but
then the issue
they should have a problem with us pointing out that 4 plus 4 equals 8. That's a fact. It doesn't matter who says it, right?
Yeah. And then the issue with that exactly is the fact is, if that particular group that is now committing the crimes more at a high frequency than another racial group, what should happen at the end of the day is that they should stop committing the crime. If you stop committing the crime, racial profiling won't be necessary. And like this is the issue that comes to like any non-white group, like even in America, where they say that blacks are stopped by police officers more than whites. It's because more often than not they've committed more road violations than any other racial group, and in addition to that, they are more likely to be driving a stolen car.
Yeah, makes sense. And also, if the people don't like this, like people might say, "Oh, but that's because they're being they're caught more often." And then I would like to add to that. I would like to say, if they're caught more often, that's just a claim people make, right? That's like, okay, then they are. How do they know that? Like, okay, then why don't they just go and profile all the other races in case they would have it just as much and see what happens, right? That would be kind of like a waste of resources, if that makes sense.
And that's the other thing. There's too little resources to like, and I don't actually. What they propose is everyone should be treated the same in the negative, and then we would have a police state. So, I mean, I don't want no one to be policed, and we have a crime state, and all they demand like, but all the groups that commit these crimes much less often should be checked exactly the same rate. Then we would have a police state.
Yeah, and that just means that those people are innocent are going to have their money disproportionately taken from them. More likely to be innocent, to be checked on them for no reason rather than equality, which means that they will have to pay more for something when they don't cause it, which is a form of like one race. And then the innocent, more likely to be innocent races or ethnicities, are going to be punished more because of that, and that's like not fair at all.
And then even outside of that, it's the fact that at the end of the day, if you are now going to treat every single group as a potential criminal, you're going to let the actual criminals go away because they are going to see that you are busy checking people, arresting them. They are going to find a way to navigate around that system that's in place and still do what they're doing. So it doesn't help anyone at the end of the day. It's the same idea.
It is. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and it's the same idea of having the death penalty, where it's like, oh, let's have the death penalty because we are going to kill criminals. It's like, no, because at the end of the day, you're going to end up killing an innocent person, and you're going to be like, oh, because I had this argument with a doctor here in SA, surprisingly, and he agrees with the death penalty, and I was just like, wow, what a doctor you are. But essentially, he was like this. It's like, it doesn't matter if we kill an innocent person so long as those who are criminals get punished. But it's like, no, you're going to kill
That's
an innocent
horrendous.
person. Yeah, and this is a doctor, might I add.
God, it's
What's a
affirmative action
doctor?
But like, if you like look at it, like if you look at, well, I think all of us can agree that there's a lot of bad doctors.
The interesting thing is that he has conservative values, which just it's so difficult to agree with him, because I remember that he can also say shit half of the time. With all the times he also makes like good points, he also says shit. So I can't agree with him, because I'm like, you like, the thing is, if you have a bad take, it's fine. But if you have a bad take that contradicts your values, then I can't support you, because you're a hypocrite.
One example I have to give is like the idea the people say like they want to like remove this presumption of innocence so that more innocent people will get falsely accused and punished for that, because they think that like it's better to punish innocent than to let the guilty go, which it absolutely isn't. Like that's why when they basically say, oh, you don't have to punish some innocent, the feminists are doing that, all but most, but like, or at least also with power, or at least also with influence, they say that like they are there when it comes to sexual assault, right? And that's horrendous. It's horrific, right? And this is the fun about it. We are talking about people that are so dumb and so bad when it comes to that. We have been making this her look better for like 10 minutes or so. What the fuck? That's how stupid people are.
This is not supposed to happen. But I just wanted to add one thing to the situation in my country. There was exactly the guy was complaining of racial profiling. That was never the case with the Nigerians. It was always based on tips. There was, in fact, one time I think it was about like 15 years ago, that it ended that actually the police racially profiled against Tamils because the Tamil tigers had taken refuge in Switzerland by the thousands. And they had very high-profile terrorists that needed arresting. They were searched. The Interpol was looking for them, and we had to assist in that search for those terrorists. And that is the only time that we actually did that, actual racial profiling. And yeah, it sucks for the innocent, but damn, we caught a fucking lot of Tamil tigers.
Exactly,
and even outside of that. I just want to say this. Outside of that, it's like one of the issues when it comes to like Islamic terrorists. It's like because I bet the Tamils were like, but guys, we aren't terrorists. It's the same argument like the Muslims make. It's like those terrorists who claim to be Muslims aren't actually Muslims. This isn't what our religion is. It's like if it quacks like a duck and acts like a duck, it is a duck. I don't care whether or not it isn't in your religion. The fact is they are saying they are Muslim. So if people look at a Muslim and say, "Ooh, they could be a terrorist," that's your own fault for one, not adequately condemning what they're doing, and then knowingly or unknowingly preaching the same things they do.
And it's like I have like most others like because like there are several interpretations, right? And there's because we talked about that in another live stream we did. It was like and some have a more valid interpretation than some others, right? I don't want to spend too much time on that, but like the thing is, one cannot just embrace one and completely say that the other one is invalid because that's not really logical. No, wait, that's because they both have
authenticity.
Yeah, exactly right. So yeah, I wanted to add that, and also like it's like it used to move on and back to topics that we pointing out that some group of people are doing things more than others. That's not the problem. The problem is that they are doing it more than others, and they should do it less than that because ideally people shouldn't do that.
And by extension, the problem becomes people who deny that reality.
Right, which he's doing live, right? He's holy shit.
It's true. What's true?
In certain cases, people have been found to be guilty of running
Who are Nigerian.
businesses. Some Nigerians
And literally
and
10
many
seconds
South
ago,
Africans
you
as
said there are
well.
many South Africans as well. So I'm
South
confused,
Africans as well.
where you stand. On the one hand, you're saying we shouldn't single them out. On the other hand, you're saying it's true what he says when he singles
Yes,
them out.
it is true. When it's true, it's true.
Yeah, it
But
is.
I do condemn a statement that makes it sound like all Nigerians are doing all the criminality.
Oh, yeah, so
in
do I, by the way.
Johannesburg, when in fact we ourselves are also involved.
Because he goes, how worried are you?
The truth about what is currently happening is that you have a chronically corrupt police service. If you know that there are people that are drug trafficking or they are doing something, why are you not arresting them? Because that is a crime. But to attribute that to a specific
She's right.
nationality, it is xenophobic. Because you are basically inciting the communities to rise against foreigners. Because they will start looking at foreigners as the people that are bringing in drugs when the drug trafficking is happening in collusion with the police.
Yes.
Like, she have a good point to
agree
say
with
that
that?
police are complicit, but I have to say that she's wrong by saying that she shouldn't point out that this Nigerians are disproportionately engaged in selling drugs, because it's a fact, regardless of who people
You
are
feel
presented.
about it.
Right, and people might,
The thing-
present it in a way that dismisses the actions of the police, but the fact is that, which is bad, but like, they still are doing it more than others, right? And they should
Exactly.
not do that. That's a problem.
And the thing is like this: call your garden tools. Call a spade, call a hoe. Like, just call it what it is. Yes, Nigerians are more likely to be caught for drug trafficking. Fine, absolutely. Why does this happen in SA? A lack of border control, police collusion, joint efforts with South African criminals and Nigerian criminals. We have now organized our garden tools. We have our spades, we have our hoes, we have whatever we need. Like, we don't need to play this game of, oh, let's not signal out that group. It's like, no, we need to discuss things as they should be discussed, as objectively and as blunt as possible. We can't always sugarcoat things for the sake of people when at the end of the day it just leads to further issues.
Like, look at like the correct order. Like, my personal opinion, correct order of things is, yes, you should get rid of the corrupt police, like the ones that are involved in covering this up. Yes, you should get rid of the South Africans who are like the middlemen, like who work with the Nigerians. But in order to do that, you got to track the Nigerians so you can find out which cops they bribe and which South Africans they interact with. You can't track all the cops.
There will be a large weight of research
Patterns in the Nigerian population, and then you can find both the cops and the South African collaborators. Like, that's the only efficient way if you want to solve this problem. Yes, it will discriminate against certain individuals who are completely innocent, but it's the only way that you would even have the resources for.
Yeah, and the innocent will not like be punished anyway, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, I just want to tell
Howard
Howard that the lady is still alive. She wasn't killed.
Okay. Good to know.
President have done this in South Africa, and I think the guests here have done that today. To apologize even to any other ordinary African here or relative with an African heritage, to apologize on behalf of the South Africans in the diaspora of what have happened. But when there's a criminal elements, let's be able to point them out.
By race, nationality.
I didn't say that.
I mean,
if
okay,
somebody
hold on.
If they are, then you should say what race they are doing it more than others. The facts are the facts, regardless of what you think about it. You can disagree with. No, you can say, oh, but I don't want you to say reality. Reality is what it is, regardless of what you think about it. I'm sorry to say.
Criminal activities.
With respect, I need to jump in here. When former President Thabo Mbeki said in September, the truth of the matter is that there are Nigerian criminals who are involved in drug dealing, and that's true. There's no South African that goes around chasing Nigerians because they are Nigerians. Is that not denialism of the problem by former president?
Let me give you more
Hold on, do you agree with that?
No, I have to give you what I know. The president have said what he has said. But statistics and the report says to us now, 16 people have passed away on the recent incident in South Africa. Out of the 16, there's no one from Nigeria. Okay. 14 are South African, one is from Mali. Why are we not talking about that as facts?
Okay, let me bring in Andrew Feinstein. It's not a problem. There's no issue with the
Two very
Nigerian
quick points. The first is that a key root of this problem are the levels of economic inequality that you mentioned in South Africa. And these have to be addressed.
And the best way about addressing those economic inequalities is to have a regime change, because this regime is perpetuating these economic inequalities to be larger than they actually have to be.
But the thing is, even with that, like you're completely right with that. The issue, in addition to that, is the fact is he doesn't say it's the lack of border control. He doesn't say it's the legislation. He's basically like saying, oh, economic equality. He's not addressing the stuff that's led to the situation. And that's why, like, if there's one group of people I hate a lot, it's whites that were part of the ANC.
Oof. Yeah. That makes perfect sense, right? Because they have contributed a lot of bad things happening to other races as well. Even more so, actually, if you look at sheer numbers. So you're correct about that. Makes sense. Like,
but there was one thing. Like, I think he is correct in the starting point of his analysis. He just didn't do the analysis. Like, yes, socioeconomic inequality is at the root of many of these problems. But if you then do not trace like why this is the case, then you're a failure.
Exactly, and the ANC are failures. They absolutely are. 100. They absolutely, definitely.
These have to be addressed by our leadership. The second problem is a lack of accountability of leaders when they make statements, like you mentioned, from the Premier of the Gauteng province. That is completely unacceptable. That is the language of Trump and Farage. That is not the language that should be coming from the leadership of a liberation movement with the proud tradition and history of the African National Congress.
Oh my Lord, Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God in heaven. Jesus, be blessed. What the fuck is wrong with that motherfucker? Like, Farage and Trump didn't commit terrorism, unlike the fucking ANC did. Or if you want to compare those people who are using the same rhetoric when they are pointing out facts, it doesn't really matter. Like, then
also those would be statements that both of these made. Like, these kind of people that are coming in because we don't stop them are disproportionately involved in these crimes. Those, like, I don't like Farage or Trump very much myself, but those were statements that were factually true. Maybe they said it in a way that upset people, but it is true for both the UK and the US, as is for South Africa. So he's basically making an argument why Trump and Farage were right.
Exactly, and regardless of what people might think about Farage and Trump, right? They are right because there are a lot of good criticism one can have of those. But however, the ANC does not compare favorably to Trump or Farage in any considerable way whatsoever. They are far, far, far worse and have a far worse track record. If you want to put that in the light to make them look worse and the ANC look bad by comparing to those people, oh my God, what the fuck? How do you measure who is bad or who is not? Like, I would say that violent terrorism, violence, and oppression and racial discrimination are far most worse than crass fucking rhetoric and some policies that aren't the best, right? Holy, and also ANC policies are like disastrous compared to anything Trump or Farage could ever do bad. Like, holy shite. What is his problem? He's a retard. That's you are correct. Like, fuck this motherfucker. And like, by the way, what is the origin of the name Feinstein?
Is certain people that were chosen by a certain god of unknown origin.
Yeah, we're gonna just keep playing now.
Do you agree with that? Do you think the ANC leadership should stop using the language of Trump and Farage?
Those are his words.
And I'm asking you if you agree with them. Is it xenophobic? It is, isn't it?
It is. If it is
people in your party are guilty of xenophobia.
Some people, not all.
Senior people.
Some.
Some senior people.
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that. On that note, it's time for a break after a very lively first half. Join me after the break for part 2 of Head to Head, where we'll hear from our very patient audience here in the Oxford Union and continue our discussion of the ANC's legacy. Tune in.
Okay, guys. Do you guys mind by taking over for a while, because I really need to go to the bathroom. Is that okay with you?
Oh yeah, no, you can go. Mephisto can keep things lively.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
don't know. Oh no,
But like, you
that
guys
was
have
him
done it
saying that
before.
he's gonna leave me alone and
Wait,
scared.
no, you're not alone. You
Oh,
guys have
he's
both.
he's back. I'm so confused.
No, I say the two of us can keep things going.
What you can do.
Yeah,
I
no,
believe in
like, don't believe in me. I could lead you down a dangerous path.
you. People have tried.
Oh, they've
This was
tried.
a weird segment to pause on because like she's literally like I don't know words to use for her. But like they like we spent like they spent attacking all the wrong vectors ever since I kind of got into the stream because yeah, oh, you can't say that because like Trump and Farage said that about certain group of foreigners as well. And yeah, when
But they
Trump
were
was
right.
saying it was MS-13, this very terrible gang from Mexico, I think, or was it from Honduras? I don't remember.
I think
Like
it was from Mexico.
that actually doesn't really matter since after they cross over the border and then they form crime like satellite crime syndicates in the U.S. Everyone should condemn the actions of MS-13. They do human trafficking, drug trafficking, and like all the crimes in the book that everyone finds despicable. But if,
They
suddenly,
do.
if Trump says it, then it's like xenophobia. It's like what? I mean, is it
Like
xenophobia if
that's
I
the thing
don't
that annoys
like
me
a
so much.
crime syndicate?
Yes, it's very xenophobic because, it only happens when certain racial groups and ethnicities come into a country. Like, already that should tell you if you experiencing issues you never experienced before, and they only happen after certain groups of people come into your country, they are the ones that are responsible. And this is what I hate with this with what happened with Trump, unfortunately, is the media attacked every single thing that Trump said, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. And that sort of mentality has just perpetuated itself. So even if you say the right thing and if you speak the facts, if it doesn't sound like what these people want to hear, they are going to say problem.
Yeah, it's like
And
when
for
he
me, at the end
said
of the day,
he
that
wants to
doesn't.
keep the working class working in certain regions where they mine coal or do like oil digging. Like that's actually in total probably millions of Americans. And they said, oh, but these are white Americans. He only cares about those. Like no, he literally said like we can't while we still import coal and oil, we can't make these people fucking jobless. And like, but because Trump said it, it's white supremacy because
It's a
apparently,
problem.
like, I never even checked if that's true, but apparently these are like very white regions of the U.S. But that's like saying, hey, if you're white, you don't deserve to have a job, and if someone says you do, then that's white supremacy.
And that's the thing that annoys me so much is that these are the people. If the thing is, if like now if we're speaking about this in black majority regions, then everyone is going to be like, yes, yes, Trump, yes, for the black people. And that's my thing at the end of the day. It's that for one group it's completely acceptable, and for another group it's like, no, we can't do that. That's blasphemous, a cardinal sin. It's an abomination. You're committing genocide. It doesn't help anyone. And the fact is that we have people that believe in that kind of rhetoric. It just creates the problem. For example, now, and this is a bit of off topic, is that there's a non-binary individual who basically wrote a book where he's trying to destigmatize pedophilia. And it's like,
Totally
when
surprised.
people mention yeah. And the issue is this, is at the end of the day, when you try and attack him, when people try to attack this kind of thing that was before it even got to this point, they were jumped down on, because at the end of the day it was like, this is the problem that comes about when you are totally accepting and tolerant, is that you don't have a standard on what is acceptable or not. You're just going to allow everything. We should have stopped at lesbians, gays, bisexuals, not even transgenders, because transgenders brought along their own bag of issues. And accepting of all forms of sexuality, and I use air quotes when I say that, also created its own bunch of problems. And when you want to have these discussions with people, whether it was then or now, they don't want to listen to you, because the thing is, at the end of the day, to have that discussion is to admit that they were wrong and they created this situation.
Yeah, but it's actually quite new problem, the thing with the trans people that you mentioned, because when I was a child, there was a trans person in my parents' friend circle of friends. He was like he's actually not like he never quite insisted on female pronouns or anything. Like he still fucks, like he's still alive. He still has sex with ladies. He just likes to
Hmm.
present as a woman and has fake boobs and actually looks quite presenting, but like people didn't have a problem with that on a broad scale even when I was a child. But now the narrative has shifted to a point where people are talking about children that haven't even entered puberty, talking about the confusion
And
about
that
the gender. Like that's way too extreme.
and not even that, it's a twofold problem. First of all, children are very I call them mirroring. We learned about this in one of my classes, is that children mirror what they see. So now if you say to if you place a child within an environment that leads to confusion about their identity, or if they're a boy and they're going to think of themselves as a girl, if you place them within that environment, they are going to mirror it. So at the end of the day, whether you want to say, oh, my child is transgender, that's a fault on your part as the parent, because you place them in an environment where they're going to be confused about their gender identity or even their sexuality. You as a parent are responsible for that tragedy. And there's no other way to say it. It's a tragedy because you have confused this child at a very young age. Because in the UK, for example, there was a gay boy who who ended up thinking, no, he's transgender. So when they wanted to take him for transitioning and all of that stuff, the UK hospitals had all said, you know what, no, we're not going to do this. So his mother decided to give him hormone pills. And when you take hormone pills, especially estrogen, when you're a teenager, it fucks you up. And he only later on in life was like, you know what, I want to be a man. But because he took those hormone pills, he looks like a woman. He developed boobs. And none of the UK hospitals wanted to do the operation on him to reduce his breast. So he had to travel, I think it was either to South Korea or North Korea, where that was the only place in the world where they were willing to perform that surgery. But it shows you the consequences of not having a standard for something to say, is this acceptable or not? It's not acceptable to expose children to transgenderism, sexual orientation. They are still growing, they are still developing. And at any point, if you expose this to them in a manner that's blatantly indoctrination, you are going to ruin them. And people don't want to have these conversations because it's like, oh no, you're transphobic, you're homophobic. No, I'm
Well,
fucking reasonable.
the other ones are homophobic. With the whole of the narrative is that if you are like slightly feminine, slightly masculine, you should change your gender, and you're not really a man or a woman. You should transition. What they're doing is they're basically want to. There seems to be a way of getting rid of homosexuality in another generation, right? Because it literally is, and that's the reason why I cannot stand the whole idea of LGBT. Because no, if they want to do this, then they cannot. Then they have a conflict, and therefore there is no LG. I don't want no gay person who should be part of that, because it's just anti-gay at this point, if you think about it.
Oh yeah, oh yes, you're completely right, because the author Juno Davis, she basically was like, gay men are basically men who wanted to be women, but they couldn't. Basically, being gay is our consolidation prize.
That's so
Which is not
fucking
true.
insane.
Yeah, some gay boys are just also boys who end up being gay. We're just a little bit more. We're just a bit more girly, we're growing up, because a little
Yeah.
feminine. Because when I was a kid, like 10 or something like that, I used to like be kind of girly when I like walked, when I like looked, right, and like with my how I looked at my hair. I'm very like I'm very androgynous, right? And I'd like to hang out with girls a lot when I got like a little bit older, right? Because like, and I always saw them as like friends and not like anything else, right? And I was like that, but I always knew that I was a boy, and the reason why I knew that I was a boy because my genitalia, right, my genitalia was male, and my mother told me if a boy is just a person, it's just a gender, it's just sex, it's a biological thing, right? So if I wanted to be girly as a boy, if I wanted to be like a girl, then that just made me a more feminine boy, a more girly boy, right? And I was like, well, I am girly and I am a boy, and no, I didn't really think of a girl. That's the word I'm using, like retroactively, right? I just saw them as being like a boy. I was just a bit more feminine. I wasn't even thinking about it. I didn't even need words to express it. I just knew that, right? And it was obvious that I was a boy, and I'd never had any problem with being a boy on my body, right? Because it's the fact is that a man is an adult human male. A woman is an adult human female. A boy is an adolescent human male, and a girl is an adolescent human female, right? And because I was an adolescent human boy, I was a boy, and now I'm a man because I'm an adult human male. That's it.
Yeah. And
There's
that's
also
the
this
thing.
weird assumption that if a boy has any, they are very contradictory about this. They say like all of these behaviors are a social construct, but if a boy exhibits something that you associate with femaleness, then you assume that he must be born in the wrong body, which not just are not all boys that have effeminate traits growing up to be gay. It's also when you do that with the transitioning, you're basically saying all gay men are bottoms.
Exactly, and they're not even that. It's like on your initial point where you're saying it's like if a boy presents femininely, whether in behavior or appearance, it used to be he's gay. Now from he's gay, it's he has to be transgender. It's
And
like it doesn't help
statistically, most of
anyone.
the time it was neither, anyways. But now it's very extreme and very dangerous. Like you could have a boy that just shows certain interests that people think are very feminine, and then you put him through all of that shit, and then when he grows up, like, actually, I like women, but I don't have a penis anymore and have boobs. What the fuck?
And here's the thing, it's like this whole idea started with this other psychologist or doctor named John Money. If it wasn't for his theories, we wouldn't even be here. But this is the thing, his theories developed from him basically abusing two young men. And these two young, due to his abuse and his research and everything else that just
Both
culminated
committed
in what we have,
suicide.
both committed suicide. Both of them.
Both,
Those two young
both
men
of
that
them.
were part of, both of them, not one, both subjects of his research and his theories, who he abused, by the way, ended up committing suicide. Now, this is the thing, it's like you support his theories, but his theories led to the deaths of two young men. It's the very same thing when we see with men and women who have transitioned, who regret it and want to detransition. And if they are unable to do that, they end up committing suicide. It's like,
And I would also like to add that when there's like John Money's theory is actually contradictory by the reality of people being trans, like because being trans is like a neurological trait that is natural, that occurs naturally in humans, right? And that means that see people to have gender dysphoria, and which cause a desire to transition, right? Which is like that exists, and that's why trans people should be accepted, right? But that's something that isn't like that. Kids don't have to be concerned with that, like at all. That's like, and also like that is contradictory to Money's theory, because he basically, oh, it's just constantly constructed. No, because trans people have these feelings regardless of how they are raised. It's not a construct, it's a reality. and that's just something that I like to add. And when it comes to exposing kids to trans, here's the deal: the only way you can expose people to being trans to kids, you can basically say that, oh, some people change their gender when they're an adult. You don't have to explain why or how. You have to say that, right? You don't have to, like, how does that
No,
work?
like you can
Obligated. You
say
don't tell
that.
when you're older. Like, it's like you don't need to tell everything to kids. Like, if somebody, for example, is a girl or is a woman, right, and then she used to be a man like 10 years ago, right, then you can just say that, and then she changed, right? That's fine. Like, you can explain that to kids. It doesn't harm them. And when it comes to, but I just have. Can you guys make sense of this statement here?
I'm thinking this person is trolling, but
What
I'm not
statement?
sure.
It's on the screen.
Huh? Okay,
Do you
let me. I need to go read that quickly in chat.
Okay, sorry, because like I don't get that. That doesn't really make much sense to me because, I mean, like exposing children to sexuality as a, just in general. Yes, sex, it doesn't belong to kids relative to heterosexuality or homosexuality.
Just a
Like, well, we
moment.
probably encounter gay couples and children because, you know, some kids have two dads and two mothers rather than a mother and a father, right? And most people have a mother and a father, right?
But that's the level of analysis that you should, if a child asks you, that's how you should answer, on a very superficial level, because they're too young to comprehend that. Like, if I'm always thinking back to that, like it's not a valid comparison, but that picture of that gay pride where there was men dressed in leather with dog masks, and the child, like they try to approach a child, and like, you don't have. First of all, you shouldn't bring your child there if there's people like that around.
Yeah.
It's not like that on all gay prides, but in that particular
we
event,
shouldn't
no
call
one
it
should have brought a
gay
child.
pride.
And
That's
you don't have to.
LGBTQA+ pride, and that's why they're
You
so
don't have to expose and explain to a child things that are of a sexual nature of any kind, unless they
Heterosexual
ask
or
you.
otherwise.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't go to your child and say, "Oh, by the way, if you hear a noise at night, that's because Daddy is penetrating Mommy, and we are having very rough sex, and that's the noises that you." That child doesn't need any level of detail when it comes about any kind of sexual stuff.
Yeah, no. Just sorry to interrupt you. Just on Howard's whole comment, Howard is essentially saying that children are more influenced and harmed by heterosexuality than by trans. I can't make sense of it. And then also in the section is that you said we're wrong about race and trans and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we're wrong. Like, we all think different things.
Yeah.
That's what we say, different statements. But have you anything to add to that?
Yeah, but my main issue is not even that he's saying he's wrong. It's like people are free to think what they want on that because not everyone will agree about such things. My whole thing is the whole statement of heterosexuality influences and harms children more. It's like I can't make sense of that because at the end of the day, it's like heterosexuals. Yes, you can say straight parents expose their children to transsexuals or transgenders, but that's more of like a political thing than a sexual orientation thing. So it would rather be this is that left wing parents do more harm to their children. You know, like that would be a much more correct statement to make is that left wing parents do harm to their children as a result of their political beliefs.
That's true, absolutely, right. But people, like, if I know a trans person, right, like, and I had kid, right, now because I knew trans people, right, and if my kid were to meet someone who's a trans woman, for example, I wouldn't even say that's a trans woman because I would just say that's a woman to my kid, because why would my kid have to know that that woman used to be a boy? Like, that's not really relevant. They just see her as a woman. Like, that's kind of like,
Yeah, when they're older, they can know.
yeah, of course, but like,
When they
it's not like you have
when
to
they're older
explain it to
and
the kid when she passes and all that.
yeah, when when they're young and impressionable, keep things as simple as you can for them. And when they're older and more able to understand complex topics and ideas, then yes, give them the details. But before that, don't bombard them with information they're not going to be able to make sense of.
Yeah, it's like I could say that like it's probably
Okay,
more
but
harmful
let's
to expose.
carry on.
Like it's more
Yeah,
harmful to expose kids
we've
to,
been
like,
lingering, but go on,
yeah,
Kibble.
yeah, to expose kids to like sexuality as people having sex in couples and all that. Yeah, like in sexuality itself, it's like kind of like irrelevant if you're a kid, right? It's like you fall in love with like sexuality, kind of like this is who you fall in love with, but like it's not really important to bring to kids. And also when it comes to trans, it's like no, that's very irrelevant. Like you don't need to know that unless you know someone who's an adult have changed their sex. And most kids probably wouldn't know that because they're too young. And if they knew someone who is an adult before and after transition, the kids they probably have a time to grow and become older during that process, so they can probably understand it when they are a little bit older kid. Because if you know someone who's so small, and then you change your sex, and the kid is bigger, the kid wouldn't even remember you before you change your gender. There's no reason to tell that you're trans anyway.
Yeah, but let's carry on.
Yeah.
we 2 hours in.
Welcome back. You're watching Head to Head on Al Jazeera English. My guest today is Ms. Baleka Mbete, former Speaker of the South African Parliament, former Deputy President of South Africa. We were talking in part one about the political economic legacy of ANC rule. One of the low points,
Disastrous.
many would argue, of that period was during President Thabo Mbeki's time in office between 1999 and 2008. And
I would say that that time was probably the best president.
It was somewhat the thing is there's no actual level where you can manage to like compare and say this was the best time inside of the ANC government, this was the worst time. Every single period that the ANC has just been in power is been marred with corruption, criminality, economic free fall. Because this is the thing with Thabo, they've not even mentioned this with Thabo Mbeki. It's gonna come up in the video itself, so we can actually just carry on and get to that point.
Yeah, I don't want to give it anything to the ANC. I basically just want to say that Mbeki was probably the most preferable president South Africa have, like in total, if that makes sense, compared to all
that
the
makes
other
sense.
ones. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
his denialist positions around AIDS and HIV and his refusal to allow antiretrovirals, which led, according to a Harvard University study, to more than 330,000 premature deaths. As someone who was an ally of President Mbeki at the time, as someone who was deputy speaker and then speaker of parliament at that.
That was bad, and that just tells you how how the standard for South African president being best of all of them, and he could do that. So this just speaks more badly of all the other ones than what it speaks good about him, to be honest.
Oh no. Like that's the thing. It gets much worse. Trust me, it gets much worse, and it's on the very same thing they spoke about now, but it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
That time, what do you say to your critics who say that he and you were effectively complicit in those unnecessary deaths, hundreds of thousands?
The way you are putting it, Mehdi, is as if we sat and actually plotted that thousands of people must die. No, it was not like that. It was a process, of course. And our role as Parliament, through the relevant Portfolio Committee of Health, is to exercise oversight over what the executive is doing.
Did you do it?
And it's not as though the health committee was seized with the issues. The whole world was trying to find out what's the best thing to do. And I must say that it has been said internationally that South Africa was one of the countries where the best was being tried at all times. Yes, all times we made mistakes. Yes, we did make mistakes.
Did you ever have a frank conversation with Thabo Mbeki about his weird views on this subject that led to so many deaths? Did you ever talk to him about him claiming not to know anyone who died of AIDS? Him saying there's no link between HIV and AIDS? His health minister suggesting you eat beetroot and garlic to combat AIDS? Did you ever?
Like, that is the best South African president that ever existed, and he said all that. I'm just gonna let that marinate on everybody who might be listening.
Amazing.
About the rest of them. And not to mention that how South Africa still compares favorably to many other Western countries, but that's like too much of a sidetrack, so I'm just gonna move on.
Ever push back against any of that ridiculousness?
Mehdi, it was not for me personally.
Why? You were
to-
Speaker of
to
Parliament,
talk,
member of the
because-
NEC,
because I was
chair of the ANC.
Busy with Parliament, I was busy with all
Busy?
issues.
People were dying.
Yes, very busy.
People were
and yes,
dying.
people were dying, including in my own family. But it does not mean we conspired and actually plotted that people should die. Mistakes were happening. People were making efforts.
Was it a
but
mistake to
things-
say eat
it
beetroot
is.
and garlic to combat?
Yes.
That's more than a mistake. That's
It
madness.
led, well, you call it madness.
What do
and,
you call it?
I can only call it an unfortunate moment in the history of South Africa.
Seems like an understatement given
Very,
how many
very,
people died.
Very, very unfortunate moment.
It was a
And,
whoopsie.
we've since
330,000
come
deaths,
out.
and you used the language
We
unfortunate
have
moment.
since come out of that, and we've done actually much better than we ever thought we were going to do.
That is true.
Yes.
You have improved. Things
I'm
have
glad-
changed.
Yeah, and that's because the expectation and what you were compared to was very, very poor. Here's the reason why. The ANC will say, oh, it's not part of apartheid. Yeah, the only way they can try to make themselves look better is when comparing it to one of the most despotic racist regimes in history, which is the apartheid one, right? And they have to compare it to them in order to look, and they can't even look good in that light, right? Then they kind of like admitting how shitty they are. Just saying. I'll say it again probably.
Yeah, and then the whole issue is the fact that it's been so. Yeah,
Go on.
it's basically what she's been doing from it's what she's been doing from the onset of this interview is that she keeps deflecting, like he's saying this is a result of you not taking action, and she says, but that's not how we deal with things in the ANC. We first have to
Of
think.
course.
You don't know how we do things. It's like that doesn't matter. You were in a position of power and influence. You could have done something, and you chose to do nothing. Whether or not you were part of it or not, your inaction made you complicit. And the fact is, she can't even say yes because I didn't do anything. This is why it happened. She's like, nope, no one's to blame. Everything else is to blame but us.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the
If you're
way we
lying,
chose to
you
deal with
did
it,
you say you were too good?
and therefore we did nothing wrong because we just did what we thought was best, and we don't take any responsibility for the outcomes. That is true leadership right there.
Yeah, like I would say that I think Mbeki recently opposed the ANC's current iteration, if I remember correctly, but I'm still going to say that's like, yeah, it's like the comparatively, when you talk about politics in general, especially in South Africa, compared to be looked in a favorable light compared to someone else, doesn't really say a lot about you.
It's like literally you just managed to do better than the bare minimum. That's it.
Oh God, all of us could be
It's
better
not
than
an
them,
achievement.
Mm-hmm. We can all break it, do better.
At least I didn't kill any babies knowingly.
Yeah, but that's what Australia are doing now. So they don't even compare favorably to ANC in the past. And I'm just gonna let that marinate in you. You might be listening.
Mehdi, I'm not a doctor. I couldn't, even if I wanted to.
Couldn't you have said, Mr. President, you're wrong, even in private, if you didn't want to do it publicly? Why didn't you do that?
I never had a private moment with Thabo Mbeki.
You weren't on the National Executive Committee of the ANC?
I was, but that's not a private
Okay,
moment.
in a room full of you and your fellow senior colleagues, couldn't you have said, I think this is wrong?
The subcommittee of health in the ANC was the one that was focusing on this matter, and therefore that's why, as we speak today, we're totally out of those woods that we were in.
Well, other people at the time were speaking up, and one of them was former President Nelson Mandela. He made a
Mhm.
plea at the ANC National Executive Meeting in 2002 to at least distribute antiretroviral drugs to pregnant women with HIV. But he was heckled by party members at that meeting. Mandela was heckled. He later said it was one of the lowest moments of his career, but it was a low moment for the ANC too, wasn't it?
It was a low hope for fucking humanity. Holy shit, that's fucking bad. Oh, I had no idea it was that bad. Jesus fucking Christ. That's evil. Not. Oh my God. Not even that party regime did anything that bad.
At least help the pregnant women. Nope, we're not gonna do that. Fuck off. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's dark. Oh, and I would like to add, and I think that these victims were disproportionately black. Yeah,
They were.
That's really sad. That's horrible. This is so sad. Ugh. The people. Oh my god.
You don't think it was a low moment?
You want me to say no? No, of course it was a low moment.
I mean, one witness, the former government minister Nwako Ramotlodi, says ANC members were like a pack of wild dogs tearing at their prey, the prey being Nelson Mandela. Only 2 members defended Mandela's right to speak out for antiretrovirals. Only 2.
But what's the point, Mehdi, in you recalling all this about that moment?
What is the point?
How does it take us forward? Yes.
If the point is having South Africa ruling party betrayed Mandela's legacy, and Mandela and they were carnivizing and they were attacking him, that's a very, very good answer to the question as yes.
She's sort of saying, why do you bring up the past to criticize me?
It's
that has
super
nothing to do
relevant
with
because
me
of
now.
Oh my god.
What else should he criticize her on? Future doings? He doesn't know those yet.
Oh, he can make a very informed prediction, though.
I shouldn't be laughing. This is fucking sad.
It is sad, but I was just laughing at sadness. I kind of like feel a little bit bad for laughing when about that.
It is hilarious while being horribly sad. I don't think we can blame ourselves for that. Go on.
But I just have to add, like, the idea that people think that racist behavior is bad, right? Which is true, obviously. Like, racist violence is bad with apartheid, right? But I just wanted to bring out the thing I said in the past to explain to you how black people how was disproportionately negatively affected by a thing that ANC did. That's one thing ANC did. Yeah, and that's like just the fact I want to throw out there, which is like it doesn't have to be a targeted racist government. They are racist government, of course, but like, you get my point. Like, it still doesn't, just because the person is your race and doesn't hate your race more than the other races, or dislike your race more than the other races, or discriminate your race more than the other races, that doesn't mean that they care about your race. That's just all I have to, whatever that race might be. Oh my god, just wanted to throw that out there.
It's the past.
Yes.
We have since come out of there, and we're now doing way better than what happened at that time.
And the families of the people who died might want some accountability.
And you are not going to get it from this woman who's sitting here tonight.
Why?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah,
you wow! It's not gonna be impossible now, but fuck you. It's like, fuck you, right? And therefore, like, this is the reason why I can't why I don't understand how people vote for the ANC. The victims most likely doesn't. I'm not gonna pretend that they do, or even suggest that they might do, because that's kind of mean-spirited. But yeah, I have a hypothetical. So it's one hypothetical individual that probably doesn't exist, will still vote for the ANC after being affected like that. Then they literally say they don't care about themselves. So why the fuck should anybody else care about them? And why the fuck should the ANC not do this to them?
It does happen. It does happen, unfortunately. It does happen.
Oh yeah, like, I know it happens to when it comes to how the ANC have mistreated people in specifically, and how they have personally been affected by the ANC negative policies. But I also do know that, that doesn't have to be this thing in particular. So it could be anything other bad things the ANC have done that would affect people. And I know that some of these people have been affected negatively by what ANC have done, would still vote for them. And those people who don't they don't deserve anything, but they go fuck themselves, because they've just extended that to other people who didn't vote for the ANC. So fuck those people.
Because
you were there.
I don't.
Key player.
My presence there did not make me have the wherewithal at that time to understand even what the debate was about.
Okay.
So she did understand about the debate about giving pregnant women or other people HIV medicine when they wanted it was about. Okay, good government. She admitted
she should have resigned. Should have resigned. If you're saying, I'm just a stupid little woman, I don't understand what's going on here, but I'm a sitting member. Yeah, resign. If you're not competent.
Opposition.
And this is why government should not be in charge of this. This is why we should not have.
But like, that's the thing.
It's government regulation of healthcare. That is bad. Like, I watched the Spaceman video about that when he explained how the FDA are worse than Hitler. Right? I should link this video in the description. Right? Because it really explained to me how the regulation of the healthcare is fucking killing people. This is a prime example of this. It's evil. If you just want healthcare regulation, it's bad. It's full stop.
and this is the thing at the end of the day is the fact is when people makes will say like, oh no, ANC, let's give them a chance. It's like the people stay there despite everything that happens. They don't make an attempt to resign. Like literally, what happens in the ANC is that people get shuffled into different positions of government, regardless of whether or not they're qualified for it, regardless of whether or not they have criminal charges against them, disciplinary hearings, which do happen but aren't actually serious. It's like all of this happens, and the members still stay there. And then people want to say to you, oh, there's decent members in the ANC. I'm like, if you don't resign and you're still in the ANC with everything that's happened, you are part and parcel of the problem. The lady in the audience, one of the guest speakers, aside from lady, I don't know, I couldn't do anything, she resigned. Like she at least done something. Is she still somewhat dumb like the rest of them? Yes, absolutely. But at least she had the moral principles to resign and say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't condone anything bad you did before that, but it's the least you could do, especially if your argument is, I wasn't competent, I wasn't willing to get informed, I just went along with the things.
Yeah,
and
but
then you say, oh yeah, those were bad things, but that's no reason for me to resign. I could have stopped them, but I was too incompetent to stop them. Therefore, why should I have resigned? Because
Or
people
she could
with
have,
integrity do that. So you don't have any integrity, is what you're saying to me.
or
but
not even that. She could have at least like been like, yes,
But
I
she could
was
have fought
informed, but I
back. But
decided.
if you say I'm
Exactly.
incompetent, if you say I'm incompetent, then you have to resign because you're not up for the job.
yeah,
If your excuse is I was incompetent, then you cannot argue that you should have gone along with it.
yeah, but she still think that they should have a government regulating healthcare like that. That's evil. It's terrible. They shouldn't be, because governments shouldn't regulate stuff like that. That's not part of what they should do. They should just let private enterprises handle that, because they do it much better.
The interference part is weird to me because, like, not letting them have it, even if they if it was like the government would have had to pay for it. The context isn't very clear for me, but like saying they shouldn't give that to these people, like, by what reason?
No reason whatsoever. Because the thing is, a lot of what we like, a lot of our medical stuff and things, like everything that happens in SA, a good bulk of it comes from overseas or the private sector. So government really doesn't have to pay for most things. The time government has to pay for things is when they ask for loans from the World Bank. That's where the bulk of SA having to pay back things comes from.
And I can assume that retrovirals were very expensive in the early stage where they were first like deployed, but there was like shit ton of money funded from the West to be sent to African countries so that those people could at least get access to those. Like they probably wouldn't have had to pay a single dollar for that.
Exactly, and they didn't pay a single dollar for it. The thing is, the ANC just doesn't. The ANC is of two minds. The ANC is of, we don't want the West to help us. We're better than the West. Yet they also have the mindset of, let's take our begging bowl to the West.
But it's also like when you compare it to the West, it's like really not the highest bar to meet. Like the West are kind of crappy, general, but not really like any other world. It's like that much better. But like the idea they all have
just in the context of the AIDS medication. That,
well, of course, it's better, obviously.
In that regard, historically, that was managed much better. Like even for poor people, like there was a real like after the whole AIDS craze when they treated that shit like the holy grail of medicine, and it does prolong the life of the people who take it. Magic Johnson is still alive. That guy was diagnosed with AIDS in the US like in the early 90s.
Yeah,
so apparently those drugs work. So
yeah,
you know, but he was rich, so he paid for them himself. Anyways,
exactly, which is good that he did. Like it's better that if you can, you should.
the ANC as a result of your history as a liberation movement, that party loyalty and discipline and unity is always put before everything else.
Yes,
and
there's a
criticism,
problem.
debate is shut down. Whether it's on issues around corruption under President Zuma or AIDS under President Mbeki, the party sticks together and doesn't say anything publicly about the bad leadership.
You know, Mehdi, right now, there's a commission of inquiry headed by the Deputy Chief Justice, the Zondo Commission. Why we have that commission is because of a discussion of the National Executive Committee of the ANC. And a number of meetings insisted that we needed such a commission. And that is why finally that commission was created.
Very late in the day.
Very late.
After years of Zuma.
Very late in the day, I agree with you. Because in
You were
fact,
saying that Jacob Zuma should finish his term.
in Parliament, no, you're not telling the truth yourself now.
Did you not say that?
No.
You never said that? Okay,
The point I was making is that in Parliament, we kept saying to the President, please form the Judicial Commission of Inquiry so that we can get on with this inquiry into how, in fact, was this state capture happening.
And yet President Jacob
Because
Zuma
you
said in
let it happen.
2015 that the ANC comes before the country. That's a bit of a shocking statement for the country to make, isn't it?
So he made it.
It's shocking that he will like be honest about that, but it's like a fact. We know that he's actually believed that. That's we know. That's a fact that he believes that. But that he will say it openly. I mean, like now.
Yeah,
nobody
no.
can
The thing
fucking
is, the
stop him doing
ANC.
that.
Yeah, no. The ANC became much more honest about how they viewed their position as the years went on. Like in our local elections, Cyril Ramaphosa was like, if you don't vote for the ANC, you're not going to have electricity ever again.
Oh, so
That's
therefore he
an
would.
effective argument. Can't argue with that.
Didn't he say because they were cut off those regions for voting brown? Allegedly.
Possibly, because remember, ESCOM is a state-owned enterprise. The government owns it, so the government can be like, "Oh, Gauteng is entirely DA. We're gonna cut them off." Like the government can do that. No one can stop them. So the thing
But they
is,
haven't done
whether
that in Western
his
Cape.
threat was genuine, and the thing is, they won't do it to the Western Cape because they want to win a certain part of the Western Cape, so they won't do that.
Well, no, but they don't have a chance. I know that. So we can,
Yeah,
we can.
but this is like the reason why we need to we need legislation that allows for private energy producers, because come the time the ANC is completely kicked out of power, which could happen in 2024, people need to at least have something in place that says, you know what, we can survive without state-owned enterprise. Because the thing is, at ESCOM, a lot of what happens that leads to power outages is sabotage, corruption, and incompetence. It's those three things. And the sabotage is by the government itself.
Yeah, that's true. Too many
So
affirmative action hires
So
as well.
if they get voted out, we would immediately have to put in a shit ton of effort that in the transitioning period is probably impossible to weed out all connections that they have, all the power, all the influence that they have. Otherwise, they're just going to turn off the energy.
Exactly. Like, and the thing is, they also own the water. They also own the airlines. They also own the health facility, because majority of healthcare in SA is public. It's like the ANC is entrenched in every single institution, even our media. So the thing is, when the ANC loses power, which will happen because we've seen it with these recent elections, there is going to have to be so much due diligence, supervision, and, oh my gosh, obsession to make sure that they don't fuck up anything. Because in KZN, where the new mayor took over, suspended ANC officials stormed the municipal building. It's like,
Yeah,
if this is,
it
it's like
seems
if
like
this
they're
happens,
living up to the legacy of the terrorist past.
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like if they can do this with municipal elections, storm into buildings where there aren't going to be mayors, and they suspended, Who says they're not going to do something worse when it comes to national elections?
Of course, they're evil. Fuck those
It's a very terrible situation when your current government is literally terrorists.
Well,
Oh,
that's
yes,
kind
they
of like
were.
the case with most governments.
They've
They'll
always
go in
been
and kill.
terrorists. From the day they were born, they were terrorists. That is the ANC legacy.
I can't say it. I can't say anything against that.
Did you condemn him at the time for making it?
Why should I condemn?
Do you agree with the statement?
I don't.
So then why not say you disagree?
Why
Aren't you
should
proving
I-
his point?
Why-
You're proving his point.
no.
And no one will criticize me for
No,
the ANC
no,
because
maybe
the ANC is above the country.
this mechanical thing of why didn't you do it this way? Why didn't you scream at that moment? Why
I
didn't
didn't
you
say scream.
shout?
You could have said it softly.
No, the point though is that if a person did not respond the way you want them to have responded, does not mean they necessarily agreed.
So you disagreed quietly in private?
Yes.
Okay. Let's.
Okay, good to know that she basically, I'm going to disagree, but I'm not going to say anything because then I get booted probably. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So you have
She
to
made
agree
it on
with
the
that.
She said it to herself on the toilet, so she disagreed.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god. Oh, no, it's like, but the thing we said before, that proves the point that the ANC don't care about the country. They basically would punish the country if they lose power. We already went over that right now, right? So we don't even have to go there again. But that kind of like, and then she's like, oh, I didn't disagree out publicly, but I did privately. I'm like, yeah, exactly, because you know what's going to happen if you disagree probably, wouldn't you? All right. So that's like, and this proves the point you were making. Not like we already did that, which we did, but fuck this part and fuck these fucking communist retards, ANC motherfuckers. I don't respect them at all.
Go to the panel who are waiting to come in. I'm joined by Andrew Feinstein, former ANC MP who resigned in 2001, author of the book After the Party, A Personal Journey Inside the ANC. You were an MP for the first 2 years, I think, of President Thabo Mbeki's term. Is it fair to say that the debate over HIV, AIDS, antiretrovirals was shut down, even when raised by someone like Nelson Mandela?
On the 28th of September in the year 2000, Thabo Mbeki had just been at the United Nations, where he had been forced to say that he was withdrawing from the science of the relationship between HIV and AIDS. He returned to an ANC caucus meeting on that date, and he said, I have not changed my views. HIV does not cause AIDS. The vast majority of MPs, including the leadership, cheered Thabo Mbeki's statement. This was as the corrupt arms deal was taking place. And the reason I link those two very quickly is because those 330,000 avoidable deaths, the 32,000 babies who were born HIV positive every year for 5 years after that, according to Harvard University, was at the time that we were saying we did not have the financial resources to provide antiretroviral medication, but we were spending $10 billion on weapons that we didn't need because of the bribes. And it speaks finally, Mehdi, to the issue of accountability. And this is where the ANC has failed itself and the people of South Africa.
So let me put that.
And this is actually what could be described as the best president South Africa has ever had. Like, you let it sink in for a while. Wow, oh my god, this is so bad, Politics, people. What else do I need to fucking say at this point?
Put that in your foot bath, will you?
Definitely will.
That point to Kalani Kala, who is chairman of the South African Business Abroad and a member of the ANC. Deal with that point that Andrew's making.
ANC abroad. What the fuck is the point?
Babies born a year with HIV. Is that a stain on the conscience, not just of South Africa, but specifically of the ANC?
Yes.
Well, many things have happened there, and we feel sorry about it. But let's be honest about two things here. The government of the African National Congress, its own members at large, they go to a national policy conference. They discuss policies, how to help those who are suffering from this disease in South Africa. I think there's a perception here that the media didn't translate. President Thabo Mbeki never actually denied the treatment must be given. He was actually looking for a long-term treatment, not how.
Was it a treatment that involved beetroot and garlic?
Well, I may say not part and parcel of it. But the president was saying, let's look also at the nutrition, how to help our people, how to look at the long-term prevention.
Andrew, you're shaking your head very briefly. Why are you
Very
shaking
quickly, I mean...
Then he's just saying, no, he's not saying that. And then he basically, he's not saying that. But technically, if you look at it this way, and here's also the reason I'm going to explain it, that is exactly what happens, what he's saying. And I do agree. So he's saying that, no! Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Thabo Mbeki said explicitly that antiretrovirals kill. The problem is that Thabo Mbeki bought into the dissident science on HIV and AIDS. And to his credit, Jacob Zuma did not and ultimately rejected it. But hundreds of thousands of South Africans avoidably lost their lives.
Okay. Makosi Koze is a former ANC MP who resigned in 2017 after calling for President Zuma to step down following corruption allegations. Makosi, I asked Ms. Mbete about whether party loyalty is considered to be more important in the ANC.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The country. She said she disagreed with Jacob Zuma's statement, which he made in 2015, saying the ANC is above the country. Is that an accurate description of how the ANC and its leaders behave?
Well, certainly from the experience that I have, because I chose to abide by the constitution of the country, but I was disciplined for not adhering to the party position.
Exactly.
Notwithstanding that, I do want to comment though on this anti-police issue. I really do think that we have to admit that at its initial stages, it was tragic. A lot of women in particular lost their lives. And I don't think we should sugarcoat our mistake. We should admit. But what is good is that the ANC did at some point listen to civil society, and they did adhere to the will of the people, and hence the many lives were saved.
Okay. On that note, we're going to shift to our audience.
I don't really have much to say about it. I don't know how true it is.
Hey, the people said the building was on fire, and I didn't listen. But when it was all burned down, I put on a water hose. So I reacted some point. So I think I did good.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the very reasonable
you done
response.
something at the very least.
Yep. Yep, makes sense.
Thank you. Dumela, Mam Baleka. While the state was being looted, universities were being chronically underfunded. And in 2015 and 2016, the Fees Must Fall movement shook the country and put this on the national agenda. Many of us suffered injuries from police brutality at the time. In fact, some students were killed. Benjamin Pehla was killed at TUT by police. How do you as an activist reconcile that the policing in South Africa right now by the ANC is reminiscent of the policing under apartheid that you yourself were a victim of as an activist at the time? Thank you.
You just have to
can I just say something quickly?
when we are going on. And that is that
no.
and my parents, we literally have partook in the funding of South African universities because applying is kind of expensive. So, yep, like I have funded that. So you're welcome, people who study in South Africa. More to far more universities than I will study in at least because I can't study at all of them at once, right? So
the thing is with the fees must fall argument is that this chick will be like, oh, students died that were protesting. She will not mention that the students there partook in violence themselves. There was even an incident where students set a police vehicle on fire during the Fees Must Fall protest. So she can't exactly act as if these were mostly peaceful protests.
I mean, it's always terrible when people die, but I've not heard about these protests, but Jesus. you don't like set stuff on fire and expect no retaliation. I don't know if it's justified what happened in totality, but the whole thing about these kinds of protests historically is like you have to remain peaceful yourself. So therefore, if the police or the military acts violently, you can say we were all peaceful, and then they came and then shot us. You can't be violent and say, "Oh, they've reacted violently." Like, what will that doesn't make sense.
They even set a university library on fire. Like they burned a university library during these protests. It's like, don't act like you innocent victims. You committed crimes. Like that's the thing. You committed crimes. You kept students out of their learning. You attacked them if they went onto campus to go and learn. You destroyed government property and university property. Do not act as if your protests were peaceful. It was far from peaceful. It's like it's a completely different thing if they didn't do anything wrong. But the thing is, they done stuff wrong, and in addition to that, they wanted free university education. They wanted to go and study on the dime of taxpayers. And I've been at university. If at university, at tertiary level, you do not know what the word indigenous means, you have no right to be at university. And this happened on my first day at university. A student did not know what the word indigenous means. If that is the level of students we are letting into university, we are going to have taxpayers spend thousands of rands for students to go and study. Students that don't even finish their education. Like students drop out in the hundreds during first year, and that's the easiest year. It's like, don't come and have fees must fall protest when you guys can't even meet the fucking bar for tertiary education.
And I would like to add to this whole thing is that when you think about it, right, this is what happened when you have affirmative action in education. That's why I have so many dropouts. That's why I have so many incompetent students. That's why I think people who says shit like that with the like fees must fall or decolonizing science, you do that when you have too many affirmative action students because they can't pressure, which means you're gonna have a low higher failure rate, and it's gonna cost more money than it otherwise would have to do, and therefore you have to pay the fees, right? Technically me and my parents actually, because we all worked, had to actually pay the fees that I had to pay for applications and for studying, right? And I haven't even started yet, but I still have to pay a lot of the fees beforehand, right? You just have to throw that out there, and I have to do that. Right, and this is like, and how did they get? Oh my god, it's too expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah. By the way, but I did not. Now it's unfair, but to me, not to you, because you are a richer parent, even though you barely can afford to pay it because your parents aren't that rich. Like what the self
and here's the thing, it's like
stipendiums for
like South Africa.
Like if you have the right skills but you can't afford, there's programs all around the world. And I think that's fair. If you come from a very poor background and you did very good in school, then yeah, that there should be ways for you to attend university if you did all the work. And those should not be based on any characteristics that are immutable.
Unfortunately, many of those are, because sometimes said only for this race or only for women. They have like different scholarships that are like discriminatory. If they're private, sure, go ahead, do it your private money as you want.
Yeah.
If the state one, no, that's wrong. That's unjustifiable. It's oppression at that point.
But no, the private universities do the same thing. If you have a vagina, you get an automatic scholarship. Oh yeah, here's your pussy's bursary. It's insane, because this is the thing. It's like universities make it so easy for students to get bursaries and scholarships. Like, I know if you are in like the top 10% at the university I studied at, the university will pay some of your fees. Like, just work hard and the university will be like, okay, we are going to pay a portion of your fees.
Wait, what? Oh my god, that's good news for me, because I think I can't be the 10% best, actually. I can't. But if I could, hypothetically, then that's good to know. But like,
there's also this other aspect of scholarships in the US where they send people who aren't cut out for elite universities there because of quota systems, and then they drop out while they would probably have had a chance at a university that they were actually cut out for. So you're even harming minorities by pushing them into positions where they will fail.
And in South Africa, majority.
Do that, but just in the example of the US.
Yeah.
It happens everywhere. The moment you allow people who are unable to perform at certain levels, if you allow them to pass into that space, they are going to fail. And the thing is, at the end of the day, people won't admit, oh, you know what? Affirmative action led to these people being placed into positions they could not function in. They aren't going to admit that, and it continuously happens, and the standard keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. It's the same with our academic standards. Like, for you to pass mathematics in our country, you just need 30%. From primary school to high school, you just need to get a 30%, and you passed maths.
And then you should probably go get a job, you know.
Well,
now, if I don't, this might have come across the wrong way, but there's nothing wrong with not being a super genius or a very high achiever. It's all fine and dandy if you become part of some sort of labor force, as long as you can survive on the wage that they pay you. But it's cruel to put those people who don't have either the drive, the talent, or the surrounding support that
aptitude.
is necessary, the aptitude, it's cruel to put them in that position just to set them up for failure and then just keep lowering the bar in hopes that they might succeed, just destroying the whole value of the education itself.
Exactly. And the thing is, when you have this conversation with people, whether it's politicians or just the everyday man on the ground, they accept this because they don't understand the value of meritocracy. The thing is, when you have a society that values good performance, good values, you have people who, regardless of what they do, are going to be productive members of society. But we don't have that. Like, there's so much labor work in SA, but young South Africans don't want to do it. They don't want to lay bricks. They don't want to do carpentry. They don't want to do this, that, and the other. They want office jobs with no experience, and they want to earn 20,000 rand and above. It's like, no, you need to
I
earn the
could do
experience and work your way up.
I could do some of that like bricklayer if people would have. I would gladly do that if any company are watching this, or if I know where to find that, then I'm happy to offer myself as means of production. No, I wouldn't use that term, but you know what I mean. Like I would actually, that was just a funny thing. I will definitely do that work. Obviously, like I want work. It can be easy work. I don't really care if the pay is high, but I just want the jobs, man. I just want to pay.
The thing is, unfortunately, you're going to struggle because you're white and they don't like giving jobs to white people.
But bricklayers, aren't like the majority of bricklayers black already?
Listen, yeah, regardless of the job, if you're applying and you're white, you stand a very low chance of getting the job. It's an unfortunate thing.
Or if you're an Indian, I suppose.
And a colored.
Yeah, that's true. Almost forgot that. Yeah, no, that's true. But it's like
that issue is actually quite universal. Like when I was younger, I thought like I don't mind repetitive work, so I look for like I needed some money. Like, is there any factory nearby where I could just do like work on like one of those bands where you have to pick up stuff and do something with it sorted, whatever. Like all these jobs have been removed from my country. And the ones that are still here are done by foreigners because I couldn't afford to live on that pay.
But the deal is that I could afford to live on basically any pay because anything.
Of course, like you are in. For you, if you find anything like that, that would be nice. But like, I'm just saying, for me, it was like I don't mind these kinds of jobs, but they were literally not there or such low paying wages that I might as well start collecting unemployment, which I never did. But like at that moment in time, I was like so disappointed because I always felt like if you are like still in school or studying, that you could do something like that on the side, but it's all gone or done by people who do it for such low wages that you can't, like that. There's no point in doing it.
And therefore, I would like to add this, that going back to the thing they say about immigration and all that, like all the immigrants, they have actually partially the reason why why people
there's such cheap labor.
Yeah, exactly right, and therefore it would be that the average South African would be better off if that wasn't the case, because there would be less competition. Well, the majority of blacks already have less competition because of affirmative action, right? Well, I totally get affirmative action ahead of immigrants too, but like, so, but it still leads to like a lower. It's just saturation of the market, which means that everything is going to be minimum wage law, which are fucking garbage economics, by the way.
Yeah,
anyway. But
exactly, because like here's the thing: an issue in SA, there was like a lot of jobs, like there are so little factories left in SA. The government closed so many factories that factory work is almost non-existent in SA. If they reopened all the factories, that unemployment would go down by at least 20% if they opened all the factories. Then the thing is, if they taught the youth actual skills, like for example, if they had the youth be employed as police officers, unemployment goes down by 10% because our police force lacks employees. They like barely have a police force. The same can be said with the military. Send them to the military. Unemployment goes down even further. The thing is, in SA, there is job opportunities. The problem is there is no one to employ these people, and the people don't want to do these jobs. That's the issue at the end of the day that leads to the whole 74% youth unemployment. So, why does it? So, like, back to the earlier point I was making about the whole pass rate and stuff. Like, another thing when it comes to the universities is that a lot of students study for things that they're not likely to get employed for. So it's like I can tell you there are so much people that studied psychology, and the thing is, because so many people study a certain thing, there's an oversaturation in the market, and this was not actually a problem during apartheid and actually early democracy, because at the end of the day there was actual facilities that specialized in teaching certain things. So, for example, they were teaching colleges, they were artisan colleges, where they focused on a specific field. And the quality of people they produced in that time was really just superior to what we have now, where everything happens just within universities. And the unfortunate thing with universities is that the quality of lecturers is piss poor. You will have lecturers who are unable to teach. You'll have lecturers that just spew politics, and lecturers that do know how to teach, but they're unfortunately hindered by political correctness, university standards when it comes to dealing with certain students. Like I can even tell you this, at some point in like I think my first year, second year, like students were doing so bad that the lecturer at some point had to spoon feed them the answers just so they could pass, because universities like primary schools and high schools just want students to pass. And one of the people that are commenting even can confirm this because he's a teacher, and at the primary school he teaches, or the high school, I can't exactly remember at the moment. The principal does this. The principal just wants the students to pass so they can maintain their pass rate and stuff.
Yeah, it's terrible, but the only good thing I can think about or any of this is that it might be, is that I wonder if I might actually be in the 10% best at University of Johannesburg.
Well, by the way, I had some issue with my mic. I think it's resolved now. I wanted to respond earlier, but the last thing you said, like,
you can still
reminds me.
respond.
I don't think because I wanted to respond to the thing they said later that kind of overwrote my memory. I'm like a computer from the 80s. That reminded me of my second girlfriend. She went to like it wasn't a private school, like it was in a monastery, like it's a very prestigious like way to get your like the regular time of school that you have to do to get into like uni or anything. And the year after we parted ways, there was an article about the guy that actually met her teacher and the guy who runs the school being praised that 100% of the students passed that year. And they said it was a very good thing. I'm like, no, some people should fail. Like it's impossible that the school is that great that everyone passes. That's very suspicious, but they praised it. Like that can't be right. There's got to be at least one unruly student or someone who had a tragedy in their family life that for that reason couldn't pass. If there's 0 people who don't pass, there's something very off with that school.
And the thing is, a lot of primary schools and high schools and universities here in SA do exactly that. They will make students pass. Like I know in my primary school, there was a chick that failed, I think, either once or twice in the same grade. That eventually the next, oh wait, no, she failed once, and then she at least passed the second year. I know what my cousin is that he failed this one grade twice, that eventually they just pushed him over. And this is my thing at the end of the day. The moment you push a student into the next grade and they haven't performed at an adequate standard in the previous one, the problems are going to persist because you haven't addressed the issue of their work ethic.
Yeah, but that means that it's. Do you think I might be one of the 10% best students at the university?
If you work consistently, yes. Like if you just work consistently.
What?
Like
Only that?
I
Oh, that's not.
You got to put in the work. That's one part that's clear.
Of course,
like-
like this is really difficult to do that, but I always do it. And,
Like I will
really,
say,
really try hard, and I do.
I'll say this to you. The teachers, unfortunately, at university level will spoon feed you. So if you just work consistently, you'll be fine. The teachers spoon feed their students at all levels. You just need to work consistently. Even work ahead of your class if it's possible. This is what I done. It helps. If you just
Really?
take that initiative, yeah, if you take that initiative, you will end up at the top achievers and all that stuff. I am living proof of that.
And therefore,
I mean,
get more
you
money.
could see it as a benefit to you that they do this, because if most of the other students just lay back because they're going to be spoon-fed, and you are one of the few that actually put in the work, then you're automatically going to be in the top 10%.
Well,
Yeah, it's so easy to in South Africa. It's so easy to do well when it comes to academics. You just need to work consistently. It's just that little bit, and you will be in the top 10 every single year. The teachers will say to you, the lecturers will say to you in class, put your hand down, Jerome, let someone else answer. But it's fine.
They already did that
You'll
to
be
me.
somewhere.
They did that. Wait, if you're 15, are you middle school or high school?
High school.
Okay, when I was in high school, then then I did that, and they said like, yeah, and also when I was 17, 16, like they better say, you need to take you down. They said like, anybody else, like anybody else? And I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
go you again.
That was me. That was me in high school and in university. They would literally be like, guys, Jerome can't be the only one answering. Can someone else answer? And then they don't answer, and then I still have to answer.
But I still
But
can't
the
get over the fact that the treatment of the people who don't put in the effort, first of all, they're doing a disservice to those students. Second of all, they're doing a disservice to society as a whole.
Oh,
Because
But the-
especially if they let them pass, we're going to have a lot of incompetent people out there. And if you get
Listen-
very unlucky, they get into positions where competence matters.
Oh,
like this
we had a
people in government we were talking about for the last hours.
listen, yeah. We had a president who didn't finish primary school. We had a president who
Yes.
didn't finish primary. Like, you need to understand, like, incompetence is the expected standard in SA. And the thing is, it's not just a thing of the ANC government and the black majority. It's a fact that almost every single racial group in SA, except for Indians and whites, have a non-existent work ethic. Because, like, for example, like with me, when I went to go and study and stuff, like a lot of my family, they mix race colors. They would say to me at the end of the day, oh, you think you're better than us. I see you acting like a white person. It's like, when you want, that's a mentality here in SA. If you want to do better for yourself, if you're not white or Indian, then you're trying to be white. And the thing is,
this should be obvious, but I have to spell it out just to make myself understand it better. They created a system where you're either white or Indian or other minorities that aren't black. then if in order to succeed, you have to work harder because you are disadvantaged, right?
Yes,
so,
exactly.
So far, I'm correct. And then, because these minorities are forced, if they want to achieve something good, because they're forced to work harder, then they complain that these people succeed despite the system because they should fail, even though they try. That's so insane.
Yeah, it is insane.
Like they don't understand. Like, we're gonna coddle this majority. We're gonna coddle them. We're gonna put people in charge. We're gonna put people in power because of their immutable characteristics. And then when someone succeeds out of their sheer will and effort, then that's a problem.
Yeah, it's the same with women also in SA. Like women receive the same treatment as the black majority, and then you'll have blacks saying, "We need more black CEOs. We can't have a single white CEO because of demographic percentages." Women will say the exact same thing. We can't have all male CEOs. They need to be women because there are more women in the country than men. It's like, what the fuck is that? Like demographics really shouldn't be representative of anything. It's
I
whether
know
you're
what it is.
capable or not. And it got
It's just like
uh-huh.
it's just hardcore supremacy and bigotry. That's all it is. The demographic argument is a disguise. They said like, I am different than you, and therefore I want you to have more than you because I don't like people being different from me, and fuck you because you're not like me, right? But that sounds bad. So they say, oh, demographics.
But actually, looking at some comments in the chat, actually reminded that one thing I wanted to say when my mic wasn't working was that South Africa and many other countries are basically on the path of self-destruction because when these students should fail, instead of pushing them and telling them, hey, you can go into skilled labor, they just pass them. So not only are you setting them up for failure, you're preventing them from success, and you're stripping the country from skilled labor that could exist, because in every group of people, there's a certain percentage that is completely useless, like Forrest Gump, but without like the luck. There's a certain percentage that is skilled labor, and there should be a very, very small amount of people who are like academia, because we don't actually need that many of that to have a functional society. You actually just need the best of the best in many fields, because they can, if they are really well educated, they can do the kind of work that you don't need 100,000 people who do that, because there's no appliance for them.
Yeah, and aside from that, there's the fact of this. Like when it comes to legislation and stuff like that, the ANC's legislation drives our best out, like the best of the best immigrate. Like Elon Musk is a South African. If the ANC wasn't in power, Elon Musk would have still been here. Tesla would have been in SA. Like that's how bad the ANC government is. It's that it drives out the best of the best that we had and sends them overseas. And we can't do anything about that because the ANC does. Yeah, and the thing is, the ANC and the black majority don't want to admit that at the end of the day, they are driving out the people that could have been teaching them. For example, when it comes to an issue like agriculture, the ANC offered to give land to blacks. Majority of the blacks that went to go get land rather took the money they were offered. And the ones that did take the land, they didn't know how to farm. Yeah, and the ones who did want the land
I saw a
didn't know how to
documentary
farm.
about that. It was terrible. Like they were so, you could see that they were in agony about it. Like like they basically said, I'm an idiot. I don't know how to do this.
Exactly. And the thing is, they didn't say to the white South Africans, guys, can you please teach us how to farm? No, they were like, we don't want nothing to do with white South Africans. White South Africans are the devil. Like, I even want us to do this if you want to push it further after this video. The colonized science video, it's very short, but it's just very telling of the mentality that a lot of Black South Africans, even especially the politicians, the
Is
kind of
that the one with
mentality.
the shaman and the lightning?
Oh yes, that one.
I found
This
it.
was
I found it very funny a couple of years ago. Now it's just inspiring sadness and the chuckle still.
Yeah, like that's the kind of intellectuals and the kind of discourse that dominates South Africa.
But like, there's not like all intellectuals. There are intellectuals who are doing good job in South Africa too.
Yeah, but unfortunately with them, they either Christian purists or selective state lovers. So they're not much better.
And soon there will be me, the third group of all those.
Which one exactly?
Just me. I
Uh-huh.
love the
You gotta create a new label once he's in there.
Yeah, but I'm not really an intellectual. I'm just like, I would just be an academic. I don't know if there's really much of a difference, but
Well, your interests in study are not gonna be very useful. But if they put you into an office of any kind of power, you probably do much better than those assholes that are in charge now.
About 99% of them.
yeah, but who wouldn't, to be honest? And I think we need to move on with the video now.
Yeah, let's carry on.
Fair.
I think where police have been brutal, the law must take its course against them as well. And so we as
Yeah, and like, you can't continue the discussion now because now.
No, it's 1 second until skip.
No.
Oh, you can't.
Oh, I was gonna say this.
Double ad.
You should, yeah, you should just get YouTube Advanced. It's YouTube Premium without all of the ads.
Or just use the Brave browser that just gets rid of the ads.
No, that makes sense actually. Although now we managed to do it, but like I think it's a good we used to talk in the commercials. I think we should just make that a rule now. It's like I didn't even know they were talking about police brutality, but when we are on topic, I know a police force in the former Transvaal region have been profiling minorities and draining their bank accounts. Like I've heard stories about that. At least one of my friends told me that. So
yeah,
racial profiling is bad.
It happens.
Yeah,
they even target like yeah, no, like even when the police like pull you over like for like speeding, and I use air quotes when I say speeding, they literally just do that to get bribes. They'll be like, "Oh, buy me some KFC, give me 100 rand." Like, and the thing is, you wouldn't have even done anything wrong. They just want that money. Like there was even an instance, and I think I told you guys about this, about a group of policemen that were accosting a group of women for sexual favors, and the woman didn't want anything, and then these men decided to physically assault them.
Wow, that's awful. Absolutely awful. Ew.
Government cannot be happy with bad elements among the police, elements that still exhibit signs of really actually being more like the old order. And therefore, I agree with you that where police are behaving brutally, they should also be dealt with as criminals.
But the government, and their police force are blaming just as bad, if not worse than what they did in the past. And they're also being racist as well.
Amazing.
No one has been.
Oh, but now look at this chick. She's from SA. That chick is from SA. This chick, she lives in SA, but she's in the UK attending a talk at Oxford. She didn't need to participate in the fees must fall. She can afford. She can afford to pay her fees.
Absolutely, but I need to ask you one thing about her. Is this last Indian, Portuguese, or Afrikaner?
Indian.
Okay, good, because they look very, very similar. And I want to know because it's always relevant with race, according to me, at least to me. so ask because I want to know.
Yeah.
Been held accountable?
They are, because I know with the Minister of Police, we discuss these issues, and in fact, there is a
Yeah,
program
she is correct
putting an
there.
eye on the conduct of the police themselves.
Is this a different Minister of Police to the one who made the swimming pool video?
No, yes, it's a new minister.
Let's go to the back.
Good evening, Mambaleka. We find ourselves in what can be termed as the perfect storm as a nation in South Africa, and we find ourselves at a time that we're deeply divided, and we're also all introspecting as a nation.
The perfect storm in South Africa have been going on longer than the perfect storm in Jupiter, and it's bigger and more disastrous.
Could you kindly share what your outlook is for South Africa, especially for young people, and also what your message would be to potential young leaders to convince them to stay in South Africa? Thank you.
So what's your message to young leaders to stay in South Africa?
We will fail soon because we are so bad that we're going to vote against us. And when we are gone, it's going to be much better for everybody else besides us because we are so terrible. No?
I think young leaders must know that South Africa, the future of our country, in fact, must be their concern. They must be involved. They must find forums where they must participate in different sectors where they can also contribute towards becoming active decision makers about their own future.
But then if you vote against ANC, the ANC would just completely destroy the infrastructure, would just destroy everything they can just to prevent that from happening because people decide for themselves, which is doing exactly what she said people should do.
Also, I like that this was a complete non-answer by her.
She's a politician. Everything is a non-answer. That's like, before you came on, like, holy shit. That's the one. She defended the fire pool, by the way. Right? You know, something that even Trevor Noah can make.
He even repeated, like, just the last part of the question. She's like, yeah, I'm just going to say something. I'm a politician.
Yeah, but if that's what's the case, if the thing was she was true, then why is the ANC preventing people from doing just that in particular?
Let's go. I said this gentleman in the corner.
You said the police in South Africa have been held accountable, but my question is, for the Marikana incident on the 16th of August, no one has been brought account to that. So what are you doing about it? Is there a growing culture of impunity in South Africa?
He's asking about the Marikana massacre 2012, 34 mine workers who were killed by police. No one's been held to account for that 7 years later. What are you doing to hold the police accountable now?
I'll find out. I'll get myself better informed.
Hold on, the Marikana massacre is a big story.
Of course, I know it. I know it. It's not that.
Find out more information.
I'm just saying I have to update my information.
But you're aware no one's been held to account for the killing of 34 people. Some of them.
It's funny that she didn't update her information before getting on this interview.
It's only been 7 years. What did he say? 7? That's not. She didn't have the time. Like, that's how long it took to braid her hair. Like, of course, she couldn't get informed.
I'm not sure about that. That's why I must find out.
I mean, we're pretty sure because we looked into it. 34 people. No one's been held to.
No, I know that. I know how many people.
So you do know.
Very briefly, Connie.
The Commission of Police, if you remember very carefully, she was.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Remember carefully. No, it's your fault if I say something wrong. Remember that. Remember carefully. Like Suma said. Now listen carefully because it's your fault if I say the number wrong. Oh my god, it's so funny.
You call from her position.
Okay.
So something have happened there.
Wow, 34 people dead and someone got fired.
You said nothing have happened.
I meant in terms of process. I'm guessing he meant in terms of putting people in prison for killing people and shooting them in the back. The audience member asked about people going to prison. You're aware that no police officer went to prison specifically for killing any of those 34 people. Is that wrong? Was that wrong?
I'm saying my own information needs to be updated.
Okay. And if it's updated and find out that nobody went to prison, is that wrong? Do you think someone should have gone to prison for
killing? It would be wrong, of course, because people were killed.
Yes. Okay. This gentleman here in the brown jacket. Go on.
In 2017, you said, following the fall of Robert Mugabe in the military coup in Zimbabwe, and I'm quoting your words, when one member of the first family, i.e. Grace Mugabe, thinks he has the right to determine who should be thrown out of the ruling party, I think anybody, you meant the military in this case, has the right and responsibility to intervene. Now, since 2017, a civilian military coalition government has taken over in Zimbabwe. There have been abductions, shootings by the military in the street, economic downturn, and persistent risk of another coup. My question is, do you still think militaries have a responsibility to intervene in politics in light of these developments?
Did you support the military intervention in Zimbabwe?
I thought it was great. That intervention was politically motivated.
Okay.
It happened to be an initiative of military people.
Do you call it a coup? Was it a coup? Was it a military coup?
Because it was the military, then I guess coup will do. But I'm saying there was a crisis busy unfolding in Zimbabwe.
Do you think it was better for that to happen?
I think that intervention helped ZANU-PF.
We're gonna have to go back to the audience.
What wasn't ZANU-PF the party who fucking destroyed the economy of Zimbabwe?
Yes, it
And
was.
She supported a coup. Wait, she supported the South African military doing a coup allegedly. Was that what she said?
No. ZANU-PF was Zimbabwe.
Yeah, no, but who did a coup according to them? I didn't
Zimbabwe.
follow. And she said it was a good thing.
Yeah, according to them, it was the military in Zimbabwe that done the coup.
Okay, because I thought that you said the South African military. So I'm not accusing South African military of doing anything ever.
So she
they
said
even,
she thinks that coup benefited the people of Zimbabwe. Then is that what she was saying?
Yeah, that's what she was saying. It benefited them so much that it costs stacks and stacks of money to buy a loaf of bread.
Didn't Zimbabwe commit several acts of ethnic cleansing?
Yes, under Robert Mugabe, and all of the black South African politicians love Robert Mugabe, from Julius Malema to Jacob Zuma to Cyril Ramaphosa.
Well, probably not the DA ones, but the one on the left too.
I wouldn't even be surprised with the. Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised with the DA ones, because the DA ones like to play race cards. I'm a black woman. I'm a black man. I'm a black.
I'm a black. I'm a black. Sorry, I had to do that. Sorry, people. That's just the worst, most perfect example of cultural appropriation. I love it. It's a beautiful thing.
I said I'll go to the back. Gentleman with the glasses there.
My grandmother and mother took care of ANC cadres and taught them how to create an education system in Harare. They remember you. I was one of the people with the open border policy in South Africa who was able to become a doctor and a Rhodes Scholar here. And I only became a citizen in South Africa a month ago. I am deeply hurt that people like me have no future in the country because we are seen as being Zimbabweans and Nigerians who conduct crime. How can I tell my girlfriend to come back to South Africa with me to contribute for a future? Can you please take this opportunity to think about your views with your heart when people like my grandmother fought for your liberation in South Africa, not knowing when it would come?
Okay.
Like, I would say that you have a point that, like, immigrants, I mean, like, speaking from experience, if I'm gonna say something, that I do believe that, like, treating immigrants badly in South Africa is obviously a bad thing because, you know, I mean, like...
Yeah. Like, if he's being disenfranchised on a blanket statement like that, they really gotta stop doing that. Like, that's not... When she was mentioning, or when she was confronted about this before, we were arguing, like, yeah, there's some kind of profiling that is necessary, but if he's having problem and he's done nothing wrong, then that's terrible, and they should fucking help him.
Mm-hmm.
But like this is this is the thing. At the end of the day, like our arrest rates are basically non-existent. So in order to help, like, arrest the Nigerians and the Zimbabweans that are committing crime, we can't do that at the end of the day. And the thing is, at the end of the day, it's like, why do you come to SA knowing it's like, yes, there's xenophobia? It's like, my belief is fix your own house before deciding to go visit your neighbors. Make sure your house is clean before you go visit your neighbors. It's like, sort out your because here's the thing at the end. But this is the thing at the end. Yeah, but no, this is the thing. Zimbabwe was one of the economic hubs of Africa. They were better than South
Breadbasket
Africa.
of Africa. The breadbasket, they call it, right?
Yeah, they were better than South Africa. Look what they done to themselves. Like, I'm sorry, I can't feel sorry for you because you helped the ANC and you lived in Zimbabwe and you elected a fucking piece of shit. Like, I can't feel bad for you. I'm so sorry that the consequences of your decisions have met you. That's your business. If you're going to come to South Africa expecting that, oh, because you helped ANC officials, we need to extend the open hand policy to you, that's too bad. You come here legally and you work, end of story. But the
Well, he
thing is,
did that.
don't come with, yeah, the thing is,
He-
he does that. But the fact is, he's talking from the
Mhm.
point of saying all Zimbabweans and all Nigerians. It's like, I'm
Yeah,
so
he's
sorry.
looking at it from the wrong angle. Like if he's being discriminated based on that level, then as a productive member of the country, he shouldn't be discriminated against.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But if
But do
he's
you really?
arguing that no one should, like, if he's taking his own example and saying that like all of the what he perceives as discrimination, I don't know what happened to him because he didn't state
Nothing
that.
happened to
Like,
him. Yeah, this is the thing. Nothing happened to him from what he said, because he said because of the open border policy, he was able to go to the UK and study. So he's been in the UK studying, and he has a girlfriend in the UK. So he hasn't been in SA ever since these things started. He's been overseas studying, working, whatever. So it's like, why are you complaining, my man? Nothing's happened to you personally. Yeah, maybe it happened to someone you know. That's unfortunate. But the thing is, don't speak as if you've personally experienced it, because from what you're saying, you weren't in SA when this was happening.
But I would also like to add that, like, I don't really want to fix my own house before going back to South Africa, because I don't really like it's so like I don't
Your house
want
is
to be.
your house is functional. Your house is functional.
Yeah, that's true.
The house.
actually, his house
Yeah.
is functional, but they're trying to set fire to his room in the house. So
Yeah. That's a cause for
it's not as
concern.
bad as other things, but like with his specific situation, like if you know that there's
Yeah. It's
arsonists that want to set fire to your room and you have another place that you like, he's
yeah.
not
Like
running
the
away from
thing is,
anything. I
but this
kind
is the
is,
thing.
but
It's
you
like
know what I mean.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like the thing is, his situation's different. It isn't like his house is burnt down and he wants to run somewhere else. It's like he will do something with his house. He just wants to go somewhere else. He just wants a vacation, essentially. The
Well, no, I
Zimbabweans and the
don't want to.
Niger.
I do want to, like, a vacation, but like my point is that the house that I'm moving away from is still gonna stand and be run and functional. It's just that they basically try to set fire to my room in the house while I'm still in it. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, like that's understandable. And the thing is, you're doing something about it, something productive. The issue is that when we have the Nigerians and Zimbabweans coming here to SA, the money that they make here, they take back to where they come from. They don't participate in the economy in a meaningful way. They don't help grow the economy. They take what they make and they take it somewhere else where it doesn't do much. And that's one of the issues at the end of the day, is that they come in here to work and they're not contributing. They're taking it somewhere else. So it's like, sort out your house and contribute by your house and stay there. Don't come here and contribute and make money and then go somewhere else. It's like, what's the point, you know? Because first of all, you're not legal, so you can't be taxed on it. And yes, I view all taxation as theft, but it's like, for the sake of the argument, it's, you work here, you don't pay taxes, but you still get to make use of public facilities. Your children can still go to our schools. It's like, you still get to make use of everything that a South African citizen would get to use, but you're not a South African citizen.
but he is though now, but like
Now you're just sounding like that African cardinal who was
Yeah, he is now, but
criticized for saying that the Africans should he didn't say stay in Africa, but like take care of your own country. Like he was in Africa, like, you know, the Catholic cardinals, like the guys under the Pope, directly under him. He got a shit ton of criticism for saying like just stay where you are and fix your own shit, because it's all of this shuffling around and moving about doesn't better the place where you're from. And he's like, oh, I have to do this because the place where I'm from is bad. Like, yeah, but if everyone does that, it's gonna remain bad and become worse.
exactly.
Yeah,
Like
that's true.
there was a video I need to watch where this guy was talking about when the time to flee and the time to dig trenches. He was saying right now is the time to dig trenches in SA, because it's a time now where we need to at least try and do something. Like, try and fix your country. Don't go somewhere else expecting things to get better. Because one, you're gonna carry the same mentality with you that landed you in the trouble in the first place. It's like with immigrants in the UK. They flee in the Middle East, but then they bring in their Middle Eastern values, which cause problems and no-go zones and mass rings of pedophilia that doesn't get punished, and
But that's
terrorism
only
that
because the
the
Western
mayors know about, but they don't do anything about.
But that's because the Western
But like that's the thing.
media
But that's
don't
the
want to
thing.
punish it. Like the
But
Western
it's
cocktail,
part of it's a
no, they
two-part
can do
issue.
that
It's
because
yeah. Yeah, no, like, yeah, it's the government, the Western people themselves, but it's also an issue of this. It's the people are coming with their problematic mentality that led to the problems in their country. They bring in their baggage with them. It's like, please don't come here with your baggage because you're gonna create problems. Like, leave your baggage in your country, then it's fine if you come here. Because at least we don't have to deal with your bullshit that you fled from the first time.
I'm gonna make a very, very despicable comparison that I don't mean directly. If someone came to me and
It's
said,
fine.
Can I use your toilet? My toilet is like there's shit all over the walls. No one cleans it, and it's very disgusting. Can I use your toilet?" And I say, "Oh God, I don't want to ask why this is the case. I'm just gonna let you use my toilet." And a week later, my toilet looks like that. I'm like, okay, so maybe you were part of the problem then.
Exactly, that's the thing. It's like you fleeing from, for example, you fleeing from Sharia law, and then now you're practicing the values of Sharia law in the other country. It's like, okay, you were maybe part of the problem. Like, that's my thing. It's like, I don't have an issue with foreigners. It's like, fine, let the foreigners come. They might be tall, they might have big dicks. I can take advantage of that, you know? But like, aside from that whole thing, it's like, if you come in with the problems of your country somewhere else, you're going to create those very same issues, and you're going to have conflicts with the host citizens. You're going to have issues with the people that are there, and that's what's happening here in SA. Yes, it's also part of like xenophobia and things, but the thing is, it's like it's xenophobia, and it's also that these foreigners bring problems here that we didn't initially have, or that we did have, and they just made it worse.
yeah, exactly. And then I think we will move on.
Okay, but yeah, because we're almost done.
Yeah.
It is exactly because, as the ANC, we've been thinking with our hearts that we are in the problem that we have. Where we were hoping it will work for us all to live together in our communities, unlike where we lived in refugee camps when we were in other countries. And unfortunately, it has not worked. And
No
what
shit.
we are saying is, let us sit down together with you and your girlfriend and talk about the reality.
Just to be clear, are you saying you want to see, to use kind of quote unquote Western lingo, tougher border controls, tougher migration policies, less immigrants? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, I hope so, because that would actually be a good thing for the immigrants who are legal too. Actually, trust me, I know.
Also
no
for
one,
the illegals.
no one has problems with
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, this illegal immigrants will definitely come and bring a criminal element, because if you break in the law to get into the country, who says you're not going to break the law when you're in the country?
Even the ones that don't intend to, they are they are forced to live in a kind of a hiding state, surrounded by certain individuals who are criminals. And statistically, whenever this is
Exactly.
looked at, the ones who have good intentions are just abused by the ones who have bad intentions. So not even helping the ones with good intentions, you're just hurting everybody and helping the criminals.
Exactly. And even like in the US, they'll say how these families pay the criminal gangs in Mexico to bring them across the border, and then unfortunately at times they end up being trafficked, they end up being raped. Like, I remember there was a story where they were talking about a young girl who had 13 different strains of semen inside of her.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's like
That's
this is
disgusting.
what a lack of standards. That's what a lack of standards does at the end of the day. It allows for anything to happen and everyone suffers. But people want to
And
be
another thing of bullshit.
kumbaya, my lord.
The wall will solve that problem, he's saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like at least because like literally here in SA, a lady was supposed to build a fence around the border, and that fence wasn't even erected properly. It was like that fence was
Affirmative.
so bad. Like that fence was so bad. It's not even funny, and that fence was over R1 million.
That's what affirmative action hires do to a country. It's disastrous. Nothing the government do could ever be good ever. That's just a fact
Uh-huh.
at this point.
Yep.
Like
See what
I'm not even the builder, but put me in charge of that. Like I look at like the different offices. Like, okay, so this one will deteriorate in 5 years. Let's just build like this kind of like concrete wall. Yeah, it's going to be more expensive, but it's going to have a duration of like 50 years in the climate, maybe 100. Let's just do that. Like create work around the place where it's being built. It's very simple. It's not rocket science. You have to be very dumb not to do it right.
Affirmative action hires are that dumb, but let's see what she's answering to her question about how strict the border law. Let's see if they are going to completely betray the South African working class or not.
We've got to manage who's coming into the borders, like
Yep.
every country does.
Yes,
Every country
that's she's correct
does not
about.
just allow anyone to come in without proper documents and come and do as you like.
We're not worried about. We're not worried about scapegoating immigrants for South Africa's
And
problem.
even breaking laws of the country,
Very
which we don't allow in other countries.
Okay, very briefly, because wants to
I'm
comment very
deeply
briefly.
disturbed by what I'm hearing because
Why?
This means that South Africa will never be developed. Because if we as South
How?
Africans are going to take an exceptionalist view, that means we will never be able to integrate our economies. South Africa, in Chinese terms, is just a village. We're only 56 million people. And I think we ought to begin to think broader than just thinking of South Africa as a little island in exceptional terms.
So I'll come to this gentleman here, and then we'll go to the gentleman behind. Yes.
One solution would be like, you can have immigration, right? This woman who I don't like, by the way, she just said that you have to manage who gets in. She didn't say we get no immigrants at all, right? And then the other guy's like, the other last was like, but you need to have at least some immigrants. You cannot take everybody. I'm like, well, she didn't. She do a lot of bad shit that I agree with. She should be pointed out, but like,
Yeah, but this statement, like, yeah, I think like you can read into it, desirable migration, like skilled labor, and even refugees, like
Or
actual
just,
asylum
like
seekers, that's possible. Like countries can handle that if you vet them, if you check who's coming in, you can help people who are in a dire situation. Even South Africa has the resources to do that.
But you
And
don't-
the skilled labor,
Exactly.
that's a net positive for the country.
well, you don't really have to be skilled.
Because
labor,
now if there's more,
like one thing,
but
you
that's
can
the
just
thing.
have
It's
is
like if you have desire.
like you can have like at least you don't have to have desirable. You could just have
It doesn't have to end at that. I'm just saying, if you can manage that kind of thing, you can have people with visas that run out if they don't do something like education or something productive. And
Or
then
you can,
yeah,
you can also have people who are just middle class who want to move to a different country. You can have some people like that as long as there are not too many of them. Like you don't really have to be a desirable immigrant or a refugee. You can just be because you want to.
you
move
can
to
be neutral as well and not be a problem.
exactly, and that's something. And she didn't.
Yeah,
Really, she didn't.
the
She
problem
said
is
you want to do what every
yeah.
other country does.
The thing is, this is the problem at the end of the day, is when people talk about border control, they're thinking, oh, you're going to keep out all the immigrants. It's like, sorry for my, I've been Sweden the whole time. It's like, bitch, we didn't say we are going to isolate ourselves. We said we want border control, and we said we want to vet the immigrants coming into the country. Not every single person coming to your country is going to be someone you want. It's like, oh, let's have open borders, the terrorists come. Like I can tell you, there's over a dozen terrorist cells here in South Africa, being funded by the MTN, where Ramaphosa is a part owner. It's like we have terrorist cells here in SA because of open borders. We had like almost 2 terrorist incidents in SA. Like open borders do not bring anything beneficial to the country. Open borders lead to overcrowding because everyone flocks to a certain part of flocks to CBDs, flocks here, flocks there, uh, congregates. It's like it doesn't help anyone. It harms the people coming here with good intentions because now they have to subject themselves to shitty conditions, to shitty people, and unfortunately they get lumped with the criminals. But because people, as I said before, want to be like, kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya, we sit with these problems. I'm so sorry, but an open heart gets you nowhere, because eventually
Yeah, you can stab
because
one
then
there. Yeah.
not even that, an open heart invites parasites. And the thing is, you're going to look at the parasites and be like, oh, parasites, it's fine, stay with us, stay with us.
Yeah, and then the host is going to suffer for it.
Yeah, and that thing from the chat is like, yeah, that the people with good intentions that come illegally are principally already criminals and have next to no prospect of gaining legal employment. But I mean, I understand those motives of those people better, and there should be, like, since they have open borders, there should be a way for them to seek asylum or migration. But yeah, this is a symptom of the weak or open border situation in totality, that people with no bad intentions also come through illegally, which already makes them criminals, which is actually, a lot of people in the West don't talk about how that is already a problem, that someone has committed a crime by entering a country illegally, because they're so what's the word, like
desperate,
bleeding hot.
Yeah, the bleeding heart Westerners, they're like, oh, I feel so like, no, but that's why I hate that that we basically universally got rid of like embassy asylum seeking, which used to be the way that you used to do this until like 15 years ago or something, where if you are in a country and you have reason to flee the country, you can go to the Swiss embassy, which it's gone from most countries now, and tell them, hey, this is my story. I did something. I said something publicly, and now the government wants to get rid of me. I need protection. And then the Swiss ambassador will contact the federal council members and everyone, and they say, oh, yeah, this person is at risk of imprisonment or worse, bodily harm, or even death. We will give this person asylum. This is how it used to work, because these things aren't very common. That worked very well, because like people who actually need asylum outside of war scenarios are very few and far in between, especially in repressive regimes. Most people are too scared to actually do something that would gain the government's attention.
And I would also like to add...
But most Western countries used to protect people from the developing world and the third world from such things when we still had embassy asylum. And now we got rid of that, and then they say, oh, now we have to have mass migrant chains. Like, no, we don't. Most of them are just economic migrants. Like, they literally have people in Belarus saying, fuck Belarus, fuck Turkey, fuck Iraq, we want to go to Germany.
Yeah, because you get more
that's not what you do as if you're an asylum seeker.
Yeah,
that's an economic migrant speaking his mind.
Yeah.
And I would also like to add
that, and that's the thing. At the end of the day, it's like
good countries. The countries should still have should have embassy asylum seekers, because there's nothing stopping countries from having that, right? They can still do it if they want to, if I remember correctly. They just decide not to because they're not recommended to anymore because reasons.
Yeah,
you need
but the
a
thing is,
controlled
it's like,
border. Go on.
Yeah, obviously.
Even sheep understand that. And it's like you need a controlled border. And the thing is, people need to understand this. It's you can't love everyone. If you love everyone, your love means nothing, because you're gonna love the rapist like you love your sister. You're not gonna be selective with your love, and that's the problem. And it applies to the open borders thing. It's like you can't love everyone. You need to be selective with who you love. Your love needs to have value. And that's one of the issues we have at the end of the day. It's we're like, oh no, guys, let's love everyone. It's like, I cannot love the communists because the communist wants to kill me.
There is one person who can love everyone, and that is Jesse Lee Peterson, but that's because he's amazing. Most of us don't love everyone. Sorry,
Yeah, but let's get through the video first. It's
Yeah,
not
I
that
agree.
long anymore. But it's my fault. I made a little
Yeah.
tangent.
I mean,
here,
like,
but
she-
I thought it was worth mentioning.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning, but she's
You know,
black
it
and
was
slow.
worth mentioning.
I've speeded up the video because she's black and slow.
Oh God.
Good evening. I just want to ask, why is it so difficult for ANC government to solve a land issue problem in your country? Because 72% of farmland is owned by white minority. That's where the problem is, which you are facing right now.
That's not true, and that's not a problem. Is that even true? Like, you don't have a fact check of that?
I'll tell you now, majority of land, like as the guy was speaking, like a lot of land is owned by the ANC government, and that land is unused. Like that land is just, a lot of that land is just existing, nothing's being done with it. When it comes to the other land, yes, whites own a bulk of it, but that's agricultural land. That's land for farming, commercial farming, because these farmers supply, like, literally, we rely on those farmers for our food security. And the whole thing is this, it's like, as I mentioned earlier, when blacks were offered the land, they took the money. So he can't come here saying, oh no, my black brothers, they don't have land. First of all, what the fuck are your black brothers going to do with the land? We've seen so far they don't know how to farm and the land goes into ruin. So please tell me what they're going to do now. Because even an ANC politician who had a farm, all of the livestock died on her farm.
So shocking.
That's extreme. That's some major incompetence.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
all
but it's
the
not very
animals
surprising.
died on a farm. Like they died on a farm. So it's like, what are we gonna do if we give black people land? What's gonna happen? Are we gonna get shanty towns with people shitting everywhere, illegal connections and all that stuff? It's like, I hate that the whole land debate, because it's like, once you get the land, what are you gonna do with it? You can't already you don't already have a work ethic. So what you're gonna do? You're not business savvy. So you're not gonna say, oh, I'm gonna build a property here and I'm gonna rent out to something. It's like, I mean, we're getting
I
onto
don't know
filthy
how
here.
to farm. If someone offered me to get some land, I would say I don't have the money to hire the people to farm it correctly, so I will have to decline. If I
Here's
had
what
the
it is.
money, then that might be something profitable and useful. But I don't know how to farm.
Here's basically
Exactly.
the problem. That he's basically. You think we are applying rationality of people who are just being retarded, right? He doesn't
Maybe.
see the problem with that they aren't as prosperous as they should be. He sees the problem with minorities owning more than what he thinks they should. Like, he sees they have something, and that's problem because even though you do have that type of thing, right? That's all it is.
We're
right?
the
That's-
majority. Because this is essentially a lot of what happens in SA, especially with blacks and women. It's that they always say there is more of us and we should have more. It's like, what the fuck is that? So if there were more whites, then the whites should have more.
Because if you say everybody should
Like-
have the same, it's like communism. That's the reason why they say it, because they're
The people who have the knowledge and skills to make something profitable, anything, will be in control of that thing, because otherwise it won't be profitable and it would be useless to anybody.
Yep.
One can argue about like super rich people that are born into so much money that they don't have to be productive members of society, but that's beside the point in South Africa. Someone who doesn't know and doesn't have the skills and doesn't have the money to hire someone, or is like too racist to hire someone or to let someone help, shouldn't own farmland.
But they wouldn't be able to, like, sustain it. They were like, they not able if in a free market society, those people would be encouraged to sell. In a communist society, they encourage to use all their farmland for leisure.
For example, yeah. But
Mhm.
like the especially if you have good farmland and you
We-
are not like in an abundance of resources. You want people who actually get something out of their farmland to be in charge of it. And if you think
Exactly.
that
And if
oh,
you
Like,
really
so-
that's a white family that produces this much crops, that's bad because it should be a black family, but there's no black family who has the skill and knowledge to do that, then it's just
I can even
cutting
tell you
down the
this.
food
In
supply.
yeah. In Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe encouraged the Zimbabweans to chase the white farmers out. Once the and stole and took all of their property, the white families that were exiled from Zimbabwe left with absolutely nothing. As soon as those white farmers were gone, the food insecurity hit Zimbabwe harder than a transgender woman at the MMA.
I didn't know there was a
And then guess what
transgender woman
happened?
involved.
They
That's even more terrible than I
and
knew.
it got uh, it got so bad that the powerful Zimbabweans begged the white farmers to come back. They begged
Yeah.
them. They even said, we'll even pay you to come back." And the white and like that, I was like, yes, it's like, look, you chased them out, but you begging them to come back. Like, look at how far you've fallen. Even in the US, in Mississippi, black farmers are losing their jobs to white South African farmers because the white South African farmers are far better than them.
Yeah, and they do it
And
right
those
in the middle of. Wait. They're doing it right in the middle of M-I, crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I, Mississippi.
Yeah. And then this is the funny thing. Those black farmers have been doing it for generations. Imagine you are being beaten by people coming from another continent. Like, that's the thing. Like, even Australia wants white South African farmers because white South African farmers can grow anything in any terrain. They can do wonders.
Everybody wants them besides this stupid ass bitch nigga. But if the problem that he's pointing out, right? If that, right, if that wasn't like the solution is to get rid of the ANC because communism encouraged like people who are rich to use their property for leisure.
It's gonna be a time bomb.
Do you want to answer?
Why would it be a time bomb? Oh, that's because murderers go into fucking people's property and start to kill and torturing the families. That's a bad thing, and the government, like, they don't give a fucking flying fuck about it because they're retarded and evil.
It is a problem.
No, it's not, you dumbass bitch.
I agree with you. We must deal with it. We have not been great at it in the past 2 decades or 2.5 decades, and we are seized with it right now.
Gentleman in the white t-shirt.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is like be your ethnic cleansing and right? Or you're just gonna do the things you have. Well, technically, I believe that the idea of land restitution, right, needs to happen. I do believe that, but the ANC have failed at that, right? And that was not his question. This dumbass, evil people, right? The reason why he's deflecting now is the reason why he can go fuck himself too. I don't like this motherfucker. All these people are evil. They're all terrible. Fuck them. Fuck them. Not all about it in the room, of course, but these people who are speaking. And if something will happen
You
to
can
them,
fuck them in different senses.
why are they even in the UK if that's such a big issue? Like, do they, hey, yeah. Well, know something, most land in Britain are owned by French-British people. And they have been for thousands of years. You see most English people complaining about that? Wait, no, they don't. Oh, because it's retarded? Maybe?
Nope.
They should stop being retarded then. Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is the thing. This is the thing. Even in the beginning, is that the land that the original South Africans owned were taken from them by the Zulus who came from the north, and then you had the colonizers. So it's like, who owns the land?
Oh,
If
I have
everyone
a
was
juicy
taking the
one.
land from each other, it's like, who gets what?
I have a juicy one. Here's the juicy one I have, and that is this. That is that a lot of Scots and Germans had their land taken by the apartheid government. So does that mean that their land should be given to me?
In your case, yes, but technically no.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it wasn't really my personal family, but it was the same ethnicity, so it would be equally logical as what they're using as determining. Like, land restitution shouldn't apply to ethnicity; it should apply to individuals and their families, of course. But if you were to apply it based on race, then you should give it to me.
How about their logic? Just following their logic.
Exactly.
President Ramaphosa named a cabinet consisting of 50% of women. So do you think in the next decade maybe we'll have a woman president? Thank you.
I hope so.
Yeah? Do you want to throw your hat?
I recoil in fear.
Oof! I'm so happy that she.
Oh
wouldn't
yes,
try.
oh yes. Oh yeah, basically the ANC put into place legislation that demanded 50-50 representation in parliament. It's like the female politicians are just as bad as the male politicians. Like, I can only name one
yeah,
decent female politician in SA. If only one female politician.
Oh,
if,
Helen
if only
Zille.
one Yes, Helen Zille. If only one female politician is decent out of the many other female politicians, is they like gender representation is not something we should have. Like in the UK, the only decent female politician was Margaret Thatcher. Everyone else is a piece of shit.
That is debatable depending on your politics, but
I do have one.
I'm a very mixed bag on Margaret Thatcher. I don't understand the Falkland Wars, for example. I always like to use her as an example when they say women would never start a war. It kills people. Like, well, what about Margaret Thatcher?
The thing is with Margaret Thatcher, I'm also like mixed on her because especially with the war thing. But it's like when she took Britain from being basically, or rather England, from being a laughing stock, she at least managed to undo that. Like, I can't think of any female politician like globally that as like aside from like Margaret Thatcher, Helen Zille, that have contributed positively towards a country. It's like it is so difficult to find a competent female politician. It's like I don't know. It's like they are like a unicorn. They are so rare.
There's
It's
so
like
so few women who want to go into politics, and then you have a very small amount of people to get into power, and then you have such a small amount of people who are actually good in all people. So,
like this is your choices: Hillary Clinton, Alexandria Cortez. It's like those are like literally your choice, and then
but actually, I today I realized one possible reason why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is so bad is because her name AOC is just one letter in the alphabet away from ANC.
I'm gonna use that on Twitter. I'm actually gonna go do that on Twitter now. Let me go.
Please
go
do,
quickly.
please do.
I have to say,
I just realized when we were talking, like, wait, O comes after N. Everything else is the same. Is this a psyop? Are they trolling me with this lady?
I'm literally I'm gonna do that right now. I'm
And
gonna say
she would
AOC.
totally be on board with most of the stuff the ANC does as well. So
Yeah, she'll be like my comrades.
It's insane.
It's like Satan. Satan is trolling us because both of these are the agents of Satan. But regardless of that, I will have to say there's actually one female politician in Britain I do like, and that's Priti Patel, because you know what she said? She literally said that she wanted to rent land in parts of Africa as for in exchange for like a little bit of like aid money, right? And use that land in Africa, like in Rwanda or something like someplace like that. And then illegal immigrants or refugees who come to Britain will be transported to refugee camps in Africa that Britain would own. That's what she was trying to do with illegal immigration. And that's fucking amazing. That's like,
That's
girl.
a ballsy thing to say, and I cannot disagree.
See, I
agree entirely.
Yeah,
That's a really
it's
good
like,
idea.
I mean, historically, it's tainted to to suggest that, but she's not wrong. She's not wrong.
But Priti Patel is a her Gujarati family actually fled her. They actually escaped. They fled Uganda under Idi Amin, right? And now they live in Britain, right? So they kind of like probably colored her in a good way,
Yeah.
and because she's of Indian descent, that means that she can get away with saying a lot of this better, and that's the reason why she should be the new president, not fucking this dumb as Boris Johnson.
You mean prime minister?
Yeah, I know, but like Britain, they don't have a royal family after the Queen anyway, so they can usually will be the president. Now we're gonna move on.
Gentlemen.
So an article in 2017 by Biz News referred to the ANC government as a organized crime syndicate.
That's correct.
And levels of criminality in the government
Mhm.
have reached such stages where they've resulted in a breaking down of moral and social fiber of the country.
That's
Violent
correct.
crime has flourished to extreme levels where there's
Mhm.
on average 56 murders and 110 rapes every single day. My question is,
Yep.
because there seems to be a theme of denial both here tonight and not taking responsibility for
Absolutely.
anything, what responsibility do you take as a senior member of the
No.
ANC?
I think we can't blame the problems of South African society on the ANC.
Yes, you can.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, we can totally. It's not even hard. It's not even hard.
Criminality has been in South Africa for more than 3 centuries, especially after the colonialists came and brought crime from Europe to Africa. So you can't
Wait.
say
Hold
ANC brought
on.
criminality.
We're sitting in the UK. Let's be clear. The British Empire did do exactly what you just said, but they did it to a lot of countries. Why is it South Africa has the 5th highest murder rate in the world in 2015?
I'm wondering who says that.
The United Nations, you may have heard of them. They're a big organization.
Statistics.
So what? Okay. So no UN, no World Bank. We're way over on time, so it's going to have to be the last question. I hope it's a really good one. No pressure.
Oh my god! Like, you know,
Wait. The British brought crime. There was no crime. No crime at all.
Yeah,
It was a land of milk and honey.
there
with
was no wars.
unicorns and dewdrops
There was no
going
slavery.
about. No, it was a perfect utopia.
But I can say your anger is justified on the whole rape comment because, as I mentioned before in the Discord chat, the figure we use to estimate our stats is based on an exaggerated figure from the US. So we don't even know what's our actual stats.
Yeah, if they, I've looked at certain of those statistics, and like certain statistics aren't even like studies. They're surveys where has a man ever looked at you funny? Then you were raped. So like these feminists really destroy the statistics on rape.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I would
Yeah,
also,
like even this, it's like there was a. Yeah, no, speaking.
like the
I'll
only
speak
way
afterwards.
the only way criminality couldn't exist if law didn't exist. They actually, in this pre-colonial Africa, they did actually have laws that people broke. Right, in South Africa, it didn't even exist until much later, right?
No one broke the law since there was no law. That actually is it's technically true.
But there were laws. Like this African kingdom had laws.
Then that's not even that is true.
Exactly, she's retarded. She's an idiot. But honestly, when it comes to rape, right? Here's when it comes to rape, right?
Yep.
Every single ANC politician was 100% guilty of rape, and they could just as well have been guilty of raping all of the victims themselves.
Go on, Cap.
Mm-hmm. But like, yes, even the thing, it's like because the ANC and South Africa at large, we take a lot of the worst ideas from overseas and then we implement them here. For example, it's like the idea of consent. It's like if you are drunk and you have sex with someone, like you weren't drugged, the person didn't try to get you drunk, like you got drunk yourself and decided to go fuck Tom from the club, and you woke up in Tom's bed and you're like, how the fuck did I end up here? And then say it's rape. It's like, no, Susan, you decided to act like a skunk and get drunk and then were so much of a slut. You slept with a man you didn't even know. Now you want to cry rape. It's like, please.
Yep.
You
Yep.
like even when
You
you're
had a
drunk, you know what you're doing.
choice.
Because here's the thing, we will tell. Yep. When it comes to drunk driving, we will say, listen here, you were drunk and you drove. We must hold you accountable. But if you're drunk and having sex, it's like, no, 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 no.
You were
We can't
basically
say anything.
a child. You can't, like, no one can ask you to say, I've had enough, I'm going home. Unless you want to drive a car, then that's actually a legal clause. So if you don't do it, you're going to get fined. But if you say, oh, this guy seems to be hitting me very hard, but he just bought me drinks, I'm going to drink like 3, 5, 4 drinks. And I personally speak from experience. Like, women have done this to me when I was young and attractive, and I don't think it was rape because they took advantage of me. They bought me alcohol. They gave me alcohol. I drank it, and then I had sex with them in a state where I wasn't in control of myself, and that's my bad. Honestly, I kind of regret both occasions, but it was my own fault, you know? Like, I could have said no.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you're the one who dictates. You decide. Like, you have the facts, and I'm gonna believe you. And now we have been on this guy's face for like too long, so he's gonna.
You tend to pause the video on the most funny pause moments. Like, it's like, Jesus, every single pause you made was a meme.
I know, right? We're gonna make a little meme of this video. Hope the government never see I made it.
Former speaker, welcome to this place. My question is, in light of where South Africa finds itself in, both politically, economically, and even socially, how do you see your role in the facilitation of the erosion of public institutions in South Africa, and what would you have done differently?
That is a good question.
Oh, we're gonna keep doing it, and we're gonna do it to people. After all, people don't vote for us, we're gonna do that on purpose because used to spite them because we hate country and only care about ourselves and hate the nationals. That's what she should have said. She was honest, but she's not honest because she's a lying bitch. Go on. You have something there?
Basically.
I have no me outside of the collective. That is my home politically.
You don't think you personally, as an individual politician, could have done anything differently over the last 10 years?
I don't have a personal space to do things, personal.
Jacob Zuma had that, and he did a lot of bad things. You didn't stop him.
Wow.
If he had, what did you have?
Yep.
Ali, as an individual.
Really?
No.
Okay. One last question from me.
Okay, you have no responsibility whatsoever.
26 years ago. He said in October 1992, "What I fear is that the liberators emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes-Benzes and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and gather riches." Was he rather prophetically describing the South Africa of 2019?
100%.
To a certain extent.
No, completely. Absolutely. Perfectually.
I'm pretty sure she was brought to this meetup in a Mercedes, and she probably lives in a very nice house.
Oh gosh, you should see the segregation between ANC voters and ANC's politicians.
Oh, yes,
They have
she-
the mansions.
oh, she does.
They have the mansions, and then you have the squatter camp. They are the ANC politicians and the ANC voters living in different regions. That's the biggest segregation in South Africa, between the voters and politicians of the ANC.
To be expected.
Even if you look at where Jacob Zuma lives, if you look where he lives, you can literally see the difference in the people that live around him.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's exactly my point. It's like ANC politicians, and then there are ANC members. Yeah, 100%. Okay, now we're gonna play again.
Yes, as we've been finding out about the kinds of things that some of our own people have been doing. And I'm saying it's not a bad thing that is coming out. It's actually a good thing, because then only can we address it.
On that note, Ms. Baleka and Betty, we'll have to leave it there. Thanks to our audience.
She's not going to address it?
Here, and thank you to you for joining us. Head to head, we'll be back next year. Thanks for watching at home.
Oh Lord. May Lord have mercy on South Africa, and it doesn't seem that he is having much mercy, or he is. Who gives a shit? Anyhow, let the Christian figure that out for themselves. But Jesus fucking Christ, that was a disaster. That was insane.
I really have to bless the rains down in Africa, because this woman should burn if it was raining holy water.
Oh my God!
And I'm not even a believer.
Yeah, he burned the stake with a witch.
The entire every single ANC member would melt. That's what would happen. But like this is the unfortunate thing, is that she basically illustrates every single member of the ANC, whether they're educated or uneducated. That is how they are.
100%. But like, I think we should end it here. But I will have to ask the chat one thing though before we end it, and that question is: if anyone is not in the Discord, do you guys want an invitation to my Discord in the chat? Okay, but before they answer that, I have a question, and that is that I am actually going to go to another live stream right now, because, and be honest.
Is
right?
this the Badger?
No, not that one. This
Is this the Badger live stream? Oh.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's another one, right? And therefore, I'm going to link that. I'm gonna link that. I'm gonna link that specific. Yeah, I'm going to link that chat, right? And I'm also going to link an invitation to that chat so that anyone else can actually go and join it as well. And if I get someone if I get someone in the chat that wants to join my Discord server, so because it's not my Discord, it's another Discord server, right? Then I would like to then I will post a link to that. But otherwise, that's already on my channel. Otherwise, and I can have this in the description later after the video. In the meantime, I will end this chat, go into the other live stream that's in the chat, and then I will jump over to the other live stream that I've linked in the chat, right, and be on there.
This is getting way complicated, man.
Okay, I'm just gonna be on. I linked another video chat, and I'm going to be on that one right after this one, right? But I will end this with a funny song. But before that, if you have any closing thoughts to add, you can do it right now.
I hope South Africa finds its way out of this darkness.
That's a good hope. That kind of make sense though, because there is a chance of the ANC.
There's a chance of it. Yeah.
Yeah, or at least
there is a chance of it, but yeah,
like there is also a chance that like the region of South Africa could produce better societies in the future, rather than the country itself being better as well. That's also a good possibility.
I would like that.
I even have the flag back here. Yeah. That's like most fitting. That's the most fitting time I'm having that.
I'm a pretty empathetic person, and I feel so bad about every single soul that has to endure this shit.
Honestly, I have to say one thing. South Africa looks like all the other countries. They're all the same to me. I think they're all garbage and should all be disposed.
Yeah.
Not the people, the countries. They all suck. No exception. And with that, I'm going to play this video and then I'm going to end the live stream.
So I fired Skippy Dog because I had enough of him. And if you number 2, you go down the drain. So for Skippy Dog, it's F off and no more gravy train. I am the big kahuna, the mighty one in Duna. And that public protector, I never should have kept her. And Kanda style. Hop, hop, hop. Kanda style. Hop, 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 hop. Hop and Kandler style.